Nearly 30 years have passed since that fateful night in Paris. Yet the name Diana Spencer still sends shockwaves through Britain every time it is spoken. Her death was long described as a tragic accident. But behind the official reports and polished statements, countless questions were left unanswered. Now, according to new information from Scotland Yard, royal investigators have officially reopened the case surrounding the death of Princess Diana. A decision that has shaken Buckingham Palace to its core. Sources reveal that the order to reopen the investigation was signed after previously undisclosed evidence surfaced. The document, reportedly linked to her burial at Althorpe, led investigators to an unexpected turning point. The decision to reopen Diana's coffin to verify a detail overlooked for nearly 27 years. What they found inside, according to one anonymous witness, left Prince William in utter disbelief. An insider close to the palace says that William was immediately informed when the investigative team left the estate in the early morning hours. He remained silent for several hours before demanding to see the complete report. Many believe this was the moment the heir to the throne was forced to confront the most painful truth about his mother's death. A truth the royal family may have tried to conceal for years. This is no ordinary re-examination. It is a reminder that the mysteries surrounding Princess Diana's death were never truly buried. In tonight's investigation, we delve into the latest findings, retrace the royal investigators' steps, and uncover what they discovered inside Diana's coffin. A revelation so powerful it left Prince William shattered. You all know about Princess Diana's tragic death in Paris and the funeral regarded as the greatest of the 20th century, honoring the Queen of People's hearts. But here is what you did not know. Her coffin was never opened throughout the entire ceremony. Not once. In October 2025, as the British royal family reels from a wave of media scandals and the king's declining health, a top-secret document suddenly reaches the palace. The parcel sent from Paris and sealed with the old insignia of Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital, where Diana drew her last breath, has triggered a full-scale alert within royal security circles. According to inside sources, the royal police and Interpol have reopened the accident file, uncovering new details never before revealed in certified records about the 1997 forensic procedure and funeral protocol. A lead-sealed coffin. No access granted to anyone outside diplomatic officials, and witnesses bound to lifelong silence. Was the sealing merely a matter of medical regulation and royal dignity? Or is there something else hidden? Something that happened to Princess Diana's body during those mysterious hours between Paris and London? And if the truth were to come to light, could the British monarchy withstand the emotional earthquake that is coming? In mid-October, as chilly winds from the North Atlantic swept through the ancient stone walls of Kensington Palace, London seemed poised for a long, uneasy winter. Golden leaves scattered across the paths, rustling like whispers from the past. Prince William, the heir to the throne, had just returned from a grueling flight from Boston after the Earthshot Prize events. The environmental award he had poured his heart into building. His days in America had brought him some relief. Projects safeguarding the planet, conversations with young scientists, all convincing him that the future held hope despite the unhealed scars of his past. William stepped into the familiar palace, the warmth from the fireplace spreading through the air, yet he still felt a deep-seated weariness. He shrugged off his thick wool coat, hung it on the rack, and was about to sit down for a rest when his personal valet, Thomas, a loyal, middle-aged man who had served the royals for over 2 decades, approached. In his hands was a small package the size of a thick book, sealed with shimmering red wax under the crystal chandelier's glow. "Sir, this arrived while you were in America," Thomas said, his voice steady but laced with concern. "No sender's name. Just a postmark from Paris. We have checked security. No signs of danger. William furrowed his brow slightly, his blue eyes flashing with curiosity mixed with unease. Paris, the city of light, but for him forever tied to the darkness of 1997, when his mother, Princess Diana, departed forever in the Pont de l'Alma tunnel. On the thick paper envelope, scrolled in blue ink, "For the son who deserves the truth about his mother." William's heart pounded harder. The truth about mother, he repeated in his mind. A whirlwind of thoughts flooding in. How many years had it been since he had dreamed of her? Her radiant smile, her warm hugs, but also the nightmares of the car crash, the funeral, the sealed coffin he and his brother Harry were never allowed to open. He carried the package to his private study. A quiet room with towering bookshelves and a portrait of Diana on the wall, her eyes gazing down as if watching over him. With slightly trembling hands, William gently broke the red wax seal. Inside was a stack of aged documents, yellowed with time, stamped Hôpital de la Salpêtrière, Paris. This was the hospital where his mother had been rushed after the accident. He flipped through the pages, his heart thumping like a war drum. And then the line that froze him. Deep 4-centimeter stab wound in the right abdomen. Inconsistent with vehicle impact. The blood in William's veins seemed to stop. A wave of dizziness hit him. The world blurring around him. Impossible, he whispered, his voice faltering. Memories flooded back like a torrent. He was just 15. Learning of his mother's death in the dead of night. Then the solemn funeral with millions mourning. But the coffin had always remained closed. Now this document suggested what? An assassination. A conspiracy. William shuddered, his vision darkening, and he collapsed into the soft leather chair. The valet Thomas rushed in, panicked, calling for the royal physician. In the chaos, a small envelope slipped from the file, inscribed in bold red ink. "Do not trust what is buried with her." One haunting question lingered. Who sent this gift? And why? After nearly 3 decades now, William lay on the chair, breathing ragged, tears streaming down his cheeks. He thought of his mother, of the secrets the royals always hid to protect their image. But now that facade was cracking, and he, the eldest son, had to face the storm about to break, late into the night. As London slept, Kensington Palace remained ablaze with light. The desk lamp reflected off William's pale face, his eyes red-rimmed from sleeplessness and emotion. He sat alone in the study, the file opened before him like a ticking time bomb. This time he read more slowly, forcing himself to stay calm and analyze every detail. The documents were copies of a medical report from a French doctor named Dr. Claire with shaky handwritten notes. Recommend expanded forensic examination. Suspected puncture wound from sharp object. Right below, in bold red, all procedures halted. No further examination. Order from Prince Charles, Prince of Wales. William set the file down, his hands clenching into fists. Memories of the 1997 funeral replayed like a black-and-white film. He and Harry, 2 young boys, walking behind their mother's coffin through London streets, millions surrounding them. They had begged their father for one last look, but Charles had firmly refused. To preserve her peaceful image, he had said then. Now Charles' signature on the document made William feel as if the entire foundation of his family was crumbling. Why would father hide this from me? Even in mother's death, he whispered, his voice thick with pain. He reflected on his own life. Growing up under the flash of media, always smiling despite a broken heart. His mother, Diana, was an icon of compassion, but also a victim of court intrigues. Was this document the key to unraveling it all? Or just a cruel hoax? Meanwhile, at the Royal Police Headquarters, Inspector David Kemp, a veteran detective with over 25 years investigating royal matters, was tasked with verifying the package. Kemp was a tall man with silver hair and eyes sharp as knives. He had handled countless threats to royal security, from anonymous letters to terror plots. His initial report noted the Paris postmark was genuine, sent from a small post office in Montmartre. The paper and stamps matched authentic samples from Petit-Salpêtrière Hospital. But the file code PS2139 did not exist in official medical archives. Kemp sat in his cramped office, cigarette smoke curling despite regulations, muttering, "Something is off. This could be a sophisticated forgery." He launched a formal investigation, contacting Interpol and forensic experts. Deep down, a thrill stirred. This was not ordinary. It touched the greatest secret of the British monarchy. If real, it could topple the throne. If fake, who dared such a risk? William, after an endless, sleepless night, slipped quietly into the bedroom. The dim nightlight illuminated Catherine's face as she sat propped against the headboard, book in hand, but eyes fixed on him. "Kate, I do not know what to do," he whispered, voice trembling. Sitting on the bed's edge, this could change everything. Catherine set the book aside, taking his hand, her warm palm gently rubbing his shaking knuckles. "We will get through it together." "Will. But be careful. Do not let the past swallow the present." Her embrace offered a sliver of warmth in the cold night. But William knew the quest for truth was just beginning. The next morning, as the sun peeked through England's grey clouds, William drove his familiar Range Rover to Clarence House unannounced. The winding countryside roads through green fields did little to soothe his churning mind. He imagined confronting his father, King Charles III, the man who had lived his life in the shadow of royal duty. The peaceful atmosphere shattered as William entered the small drawing room. King Charles sat reading state papers with Queen Camilla pouring tea from an antique porcelain set beside him. She startled briefly at William's arrival, but quickly offered a polite smile. "William, what a surprise," Charles said, his voice warm yet defensive. William cut straight to it, locking eyes with his father. "Did you ever see Mother's face one last time?" The air froze. The clock's ticking echoed like a bomb. Camilla set her teacup down with a slight tremor. Charles sighed, his eyes weary. "William, why ask now after all these years? I need to know." William interrupted, emotion surging. "I received documents from Paris. They mentioned wounds on Mother's body. Not from the crash. And you ordered the examination halted." Camilla interjected softly but firmly. "William, you must understand some past matters are best left undisturbed. It only brings more pain." William turned to her, fire in his eyes. "Whose pain are you talking about? Father's or the woman you replaced?" Camilla froze, her face paling. She had been at the center of the Charles-Diana divorce scandal. And now old wounds reopened. Charles breathed heavily, his tone sharpening. "I saw her, William, and I wish I had not been the last to do so. Your mother." She looked peaceful, but her body covered in wounds from the accident. "Why not let us see? Why hide Mother from the world? Or were you hiding something for someone?" William shouted. Tears welling, Camilla rose, voice rising. "The world had seen enough blood. William, some images should never exist. We had to protect you children. Protect the monarchy. You have no right to speak her name." William roared, fists clenched. Charles slammed his hand on the table, shattering a teacup, porcelain shards flying. "Enough. Some truths, if exposed, would kill the last shreds of humanity in this monarchy. I chose silence to protect you and Harry. Do not force me to say it all." William stormed out, tears flowing freely. He drove back, mind reeling. Camilla watched from the window, sighing, Sometimes silence is the only way to keep a family from falling apart. Charles sat motionless, memories of Diana flooding back in agony. This confrontation was merely the prelude to a greater storm. 3 days later, under the guise of earth-shot prize business, Prince William flew to Paris with Inspector David Kemp. The plane landed in drizzling rain. The City of Light shrouded in gray mist. Their black car crept through cobblestone streets past the flickering Eiffel Tower. But William had no eyes for the sights. He felt as if stepping back into the past where his mother had slipped away. They arrived first at Petit-Salpêtrière Hospital. An elderly nurse named Monique de Samps, with neatly tied silver hair, greeted them in the chilly corridor. She trembled at the sight of William. "You look so much like your mother. I remember that night as if it were yesterday." All the ER cameras suddenly went dark for over 20 minutes. Then we got orders from the British Embassy. No talking to anyone. No disclosures. Kemp asked professionally, "Did they give a reason?" Monique sighed. "They said it was for medical reasons. Blood in the car. So keep it quiet to avoid complications." But something felt off. Everything happened too fast. The princess. She fought to the end. But the wounds were too severe. William stayed silent, his heart twisting. He pictured his mother there alone in the Paris night. "Thank you," he said, voice choking. That afternoon, they visited the Boulogne-Séricier funeral home. The elderly manager Claude, with his silver mustache, bowed. I remember it vividly. The princess' coffin was welded shut with silver metal unlike any ordinary one. They said it was to prevent chemical leaks and maintain royal dignity. "We just followed orders." William asked, "Did that seem unusual to you?" Claude nodded. "We had never seen anything like it." But they claimed it was a special request from the British side. Diplomatic orders. I did not dare question. Perhaps to fend off the press. William glanced at Kemp, voice lowering. "What do you think they were really protecting? Health or honor?" Kemp replied, "Possibly both." "Sir, but we will find answers." "I just got word." The package was posted from a small Montmartre office by a woman in her 30s in a black hat using a false name. William nodded. Unease gnawing at him. Outside, Paris faded into fog. Notre Dame's bells tolling distantly. He stood still amid the crowds, sensing the truth, tantalizingly close, yet elusive. In the shadowed corners of Clarence House, where twilight filtered through heavy velvet curtains, King Charles III sat alone under the faint glow of a reading lamp, illuminating his aged, wrinkled face. On the table lay Inspector David Kemp's investigation report, dense pages of details that, to Charles, were not mere words, but knives carving into the past. He flipped through them, eyes blurring, as memories surged like a violent flood. Paris, 1997. That fateful night when the world seemed to collapse at his feet. Charles recalled it as if reliving the moment, the night Diana died. He flew to Paris immediately upon hearing, his heart shattered by a loss he had never imagined. At Petit-Salpêtrière Hospital, with its sterile corridors and sharp antiseptic smell, Diana lay there on the stark white bed, her face eerily serene despite the horrific wounds from the car crash, deep cuts from shattered glass, widespread bruises, internal injuries beyond saving. Charles knelt by the bed, clutching her cold hand, tears streaming down his cheeks, a prince trained to conceal emotions, now sobbing like a child bereft of his mother. "I am here to bring you home, on my honor. For the love of our 2 boys, sleeping unaware, their mother will never wake," he whispered, voice breaking in anguish. It was not just to Diana, it was a vow to his own conscience, to safeguard what remained of her. With trembling hands, Charles personally draped the royal embossed shroud over her body, an act beyond protocol, born from the broken heart of an ex-husband and father. piecing together family fragments. He did not want the world to see Diana as a pitiful victim, but as an enduring symbol of compassion and beauty. Hours later, in an emergency meeting with British and French officials, he signed the order to repatriate her remains. The Home Office noted clearly, "Request to seal coffin. Health and safety per international protocols." The coffin was lined with thick lead, a standard measure against decomposition and leakage, especially for long-distance transport under global media pressure. But for Charles, it was more than protocols. A shield for Diana's final image from prying lenses and sensational headlines that might turn her into a tragedy rather than a heroine. Now, in Clarence House, Charles closed the report with a heavy sigh. The door creaked open and Catherine entered. At his unexpected invitation, her familiar gentleness evident in her glossy brown hair and warm smile that always brought peace to the royals. She sat beside him, taking his hand. "Your Majesty, William is suffering deeply. He thinks there is a conspiracy that you have hidden the truth. Why seal the coffin? Why not let him and Harry see her one last time?" Charles looked at Catherine. Eyes welling with emotion, he paused, wrestling inwardly, then spoke slowly, weighted with gravity. "I signed that order, but I did not scrutinize every detail. The officials said it was law. International health safety to prevent infection and decay en route to Britain. But deep down I know it was also for dignity. I did not want William and Harry to see their mother like that. Bloodied. Mangled wounds from the crash. Diana. She deserved to depart like a queen. Not a wretched victim, I chose to preserve the best image in their memories. Her radiant smile. Her sparkling eyes. Not eternal scars." Catherine nodded, eyes welling with tears. "I understand. Your Majesty, that is a father's love. But William needs to hear it from you. He is lost in doubt." Charles gazed out the window at darkening London, voice emotional like a belated confession. "I lost her once. Catherine. In a broken marriage. Scandals. And that Paris night. I did not want to lose my sons to harsh truths that Diana's death was fate's tragedy, not conspiracy. But now I see silence is not always protection. It can become a burden. Those memories tormented him utterly, yet marked a turning point. He would face William not as king, but as father. This inner turmoil's climax did not just close the past. It opened hope for family reconciliation. A week later, as London buzzed with rumors of the mysterious file package, the royal investigators finally traced the sender. A dramatic twist, leaving the monarchy and global media breathless. The culprit was Eleanor Hughes, a 34-year-old former psychology researcher from Manchester. No secret enemy or international spy, but an ordinary woman ensnared by personal obsession. Eleanor had volunteered at a 2021 Royal Mental Health event, attempting to approach Prince William with a study on parental loss trauma, a topic she believed he was denying, politely rebuffed by security. She spiraled into fixation, tracking every royal news item, amassing Diana documents, and convincing herself William needed liberation from secrets she had fabricated. Police raided her modest Manchester suburb flat on a drizzly morning, finding her amid chaotic papers. The room was a personal Diana shrine, walls plastered with news clippings, shelves stacked with biographies, desk cluttered with an old printer. Detectives seized evidence: a laser printer for aging paper effects, antique paper from flea markets, forged Petit Salpêtrière stamps, dozens of clipped Diana articles with scrolled notes like "Truth Buried," and crucially, the original 2004 Operation Paget medical report publicly released, confirming Diana's death as a car accident without conspiracy. But Eleanor had artfully overlaid fake details about a 4-centimeter stab using editing software. Handcuffed, Eleanor's face ashen, tears streaming as she was led to the police van. In the stark neon-lit interrogation room, she sobbed her confession. I just wanted him to see that truth does not die just because it is sealed away. I adore Prince William. He is a symbol of strength. But living in delusion. His mother was harmed, and the royals covered it up. I faked the files to awaken him, to make him face the real trauma. Her admission stemmed not from malice, but disordered psychology, obsession twisted into delusion. Convincing her actions were helping the prince. That evening, the BBC aired a special. Royal investigators reveal the shocking truth about why Diana's coffin was never opened. Millions in Britain and worldwide glued to screens. Awaiting the climax. Royal conspiracy. Inspector Kemp, stern yet compassionate under studio lights, declared, Royal police confirm no evidence Princess Diana suffered injuries beyond the car crash. The coffin sealing stemmed from international health protocols, preserving the body per transport regulations, and Prince Charles wished to safeguard her serene final image. This is not dark intrigue. It is pure humanity. A father sparing his sons the horror of her wounds. Sometimes truth is not in papers or forgeries, but in the pains we choose to forget to heal. News spread like wildfire. Global headlines sensational. Diana secret. No plot. Just fatherly love. From the New York Times to Le Monde, chatter focused on Eleanor. An obsessed woman turned unwitting fraudster. William watched from Kensington's study. Relief mingled with sorrow. He pondered his mother, father, and this stranger. The saga's climax ended not as an earth-shaking scandal, but the harsh truth of a misguided soul, reminding that personal pain can brew unexpected tempests. The next day, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, Windsor Castle, emblem of British royal might, bathed in soft golden twilight, gentle as nature's solace. Ancient stone walls glowed warm orange, and the tranquil gardens reserved for royal private strolls whispered with autumn chill, carrying damp grass and fallen leaves. There, amid late-blooming rose bushes and time-worn gravel paths, stood Princess Diana's statue, cast in bronze, her radiant smile, arms outstretched, embracing the world, flanked by 3 children symbolizing her global compassion for youth. Prince William walked slowly along the path, each step heavy with pent-up emotions from the week. In his hand, a sealed envelope from royal police. The official medical report delivered that morning after the BBC broadcast, thick and stamped. It held not just documents, but the key to unlocking gnawing doubts. William paused, breathing in crisp autumn air, steadying himself. He reflected on the journey. The enigmatic Paris gift. Tense father confrontation. French hospital revelations. All led here to confronting the final truth. King Charles awaited by an ancient granite bench under a centuries-old oak, his eyes weary from sleepless nights, yet warmed with rare tenderness. A father's readiness to shed protective armor for family mending, dressed in a simple wool coat, emphasizing this as father-son, not king-heir. As William neared, Charles rose first, voice slow and emotional. I have lived to safeguard royal honor. William, but now I see honor cannot heal human wounds. It is a mere facade masking real pains. William halted, eyes welling as he met his father's gaze. He sensed sincerity, not a king's command, but a man's shared loss. I thought mother was buried with secrets. William replied, voice quivering, holding back emotional waves. I doubted you. The whole family, but it was your fear buried too. Fear, harsh truth would destroy us. Charles nodded, hands clenching as if embracing memories. He sat on the bench, gesturing to William beside him, the air serene. Only wind. rustling leaves, and distant birdsong. "If there is one thing I wish most in life," Charles said gravely, "it is that your mother departed as a true woman, not the icon the world built. Diana, she was my love. Although we lost our way in marriage, I did not want you boys remembering her through crash horrors. Cuts, blood, physical agony. I wanted her smile. Compassion, the way she held you. That is why I sealed the coffin, not hiding plots, but preserving that beautiful memory." William paused silently. Autumn breeze tousling his hair. He opened the envelope, hands shaking as he scanned the pristine official medical report. Crisp pages, with 1997 doctors' and officials' signatures. No 4-centimeter stab. No sharp object or conspiracy evidence. All standard forensics. Death from internal injuries via car impact. William read each line. Heart aching. Tears rolled down. Not disappointment, but relief. An emotional climax as doubts dissolved. "Mother!" He choked, voice breaking like the 15-year-old boy of old. "Finally, I understand that coffin was not veiling dark truths, but preserving your finest image you left in peace. And Father shielded that for us." Charles rose, approaching his son, and for the first time in years placed a hand on William's shoulder. A warm paternal gesture. "I will abdicate sooner than planned. William," he said firmly, yet emotionally, "the crown weighs not just gold and gems, but those who have fallen so you may rise. Diana sacrificed much. I will not burden you alone. Lead with heart as she did." Father and son gazed at Diana's statue. End of daylight casting long blending shadows. The bronze seemed alive in sunset. Her smile warm. Eyes watching this healing. William wiped tears, feeling renewed energy. Not anger, but forgiveness. He embraced his father. A tight hug after emotional years apart. "Thank you, Father," he whispered, "for protecting us." Even through silence, day's final light faded, merging 3 silhouettes. Mother, Father, Sen, in dying gold. Autumn wind carried faint rose scent like Diana's whisper. Forgive and move on. A chapter closed, not with shattering scandal or dark plots, but simple truth, profound mercy, and genuine forgiveness. And so, the secret of Diana's coffin is unveiled. Not courtly darkness, but a father's quiet love. In a politics-churned world of power and secrets intertwined, sometimes the plainest truth proves strongest, capable of healing humanity's deepest wounds. Do you feel your heart tighten while witnessing William's pain? Or are you also wondering if silence is truly the best way to protect when the truth is revealed? Do you believe a father's love can be stronger than any conspiracy? Share your thoughts with us in the comments section. Remember to like, share, and subscribe for more. Also, click the next video showing on your screen. You will enjoy. The bells of Windsor rang out, slow yet heavy, like a declaration etched into history, but almost immediately, that sound was torn apart by the rapid flipping of documents, cold and urgent. And then a question emerged, one that nearly challenged the belief of millions. Do you truly believe that a wedding watched by nearly 2 billion people around the world was simply a modern fairy tale? Or was it a perfectly executed casting, staged so meticulously that no one realized they were watching a performance? There was no coincidence. There was no destiny. Everything was a series of calculated steps, set in motion long before anyone noticed. The shocking revelations from Tom Bower, often described as an unrelenting exposer of truth in the world of biography, opened an entirely different perspective. According to what he gathered, Meghan Markle did not enter the royal family as a woman in love. She entered as someone who had been preparing for the greatest role of her life for many years. A 10-step plan, carefully constructed, executed piece by piece without deviation. And perhaps the most unsettling part is that the majority of the public, including longtime royal watchers, were completely misled. In this video, we will peel back each layer, diving into details that were once overlooked or deliberately forgotten, from choices that appeared random to relationships built with precise intention. All of it leads to a single question. Before we go any further, pause for a moment and listen to your own intuition. If you believe this was a love that overcame all barriers, comment number 1. If you think this was a meticulously designed plan for advancement, comment number 2. The truth may not lie where you expect, and sometimes, the most unsettling thing is not the secret being hidden, but the way it is hidden in plain sight before all of us. The year 2013, a moment that seemed to mark only the end of a marriage, yet when viewed through everything that followed, it appears more like the beginning of an entirely different trajectory. After officially divorcing, Meghan Markle did not fade from the spotlight, as many assumed. On the contrary, she began to appear with a clearer direction, a stronger sense of purpose, and above all, a more calculated approach. Instead of continuing to focus all her energy on Hollywood, Meghan gradually shifted her attention toward London, not through loud appearances, but through quiet yet effective moves. According to analyses from Tom Bauer, this was the period when she actively built an entirely new network of connections centered around the British upper class. These were not random friendships. They were strategic selections. A list of 5 intermediaries, often mentioned in investigations, reveals a very clear pattern. These individuals not only held positions in society, but also possessed direct or indirect links to aristocratic circles. Among them was Marcus Anderson, a highly influential figure within the Soho House network, a place considered a crossroads of wealth and power. Next was Misha Nono, a designer with close ties to figures connected to the royal world. Millie McIntosh, a familiar face at high society events in London. Violet von Westenholz, who was later believed to have a direct link to the fateful introduction. And finally, Jessica Mulroney, a close friend who played a role as both image consultant and strategic advisor. What these names share is not their profession, but their position within a social network. They are doors. And more importantly, they know which doors need to be opened. The fact that Meghan simultaneously established or strengthened relationships with these figures within the same period is no longer a simple coincidence. It resembles a map that had already been drawn, with connection points carefully calculated. At the same time, Meghan's personal image underwent a noticeable transformation. She appeared more frequently in humanitarian activities, building a profile with depth that aligned with the standards of elite circles. Every small detail, from the way she dressed, to how she spoke, to the platforms she chose to appear on, reflected a deliberate adjustment, not flashy, but clear enough for those within that world to recognize. When Prince Harry entered this picture, everything no longer seemed fragmented. The pieces began to fall into place with a logic that made many question what they were witnessing. Was this a chain of coincidences, or the result of a process that had been unfolding for years? But gaining access was not enough. To make Harry completely fall, Meghan needed something far more powerful. A level of understanding so intense it became a weapon. Once the first doors had been opened, the next phase was no longer about access, but about emotional control. And this is where a familiar concept in behavioral psychology begins to surface: love bombing, a term that is not new, but when applied at the right time and to the right person, it can create an effect strong enough to completely reshape perception. According to analyses surrounding this relationship, Meghan Markle did not enter the story impulsively. She studied, not just surface-level information, but the deeper layers of Prince Harry as a person, Africa, where Harry found peace and meaning in life, the legacy of Princess Diana, an emotional wound that had never fully healed, and charitable work, where he discovered purpose and recognition. These were not just interests, they were core emotional touchpoints. What followed left many questioning. Meghan did not simply show interest in what Harry loved, she reflected it. She appeared as an almost perfectly aligned version of those same values: the trips, the conversations, the shared viewpoints, all aligned in a way that felt almost uncanny. In psychology, this is known as mirroring, a technique that creates rapid emotional bonding by making the other person feel deeply understood. The number that shocked many lies in the speed. Within just 4 weeks, Harry was believed to have become convinced that Meghan was the one for him. A period so short it seems almost unbelievable, especially when compared to his previous relationships, which lasted months, even years. Before reaching a similar level of trust, this speed was not just fast, it was multiple times faster than the norm, and in many cases, such sudden acceleration is a sign of intentional psychological influence. Some close sources once described the early stage of this relationship as an emotional whirlwind. Constante attention. Strong affirmations. The feeling of being placed at the center of someone's world. For someone who had experienced loss and was always searching for deep connection like Harry, this was not just attractive. It was almost impossible to resist. But every effect comes with a cost. When a relationship develops too quickly, it often leaves no room for balance. And in this case, that intense bond began to bring clear consequences. Old relationships were gradually pushed aside. Friends who had stood by Harry through different stages of his life began to feel excluded from his circle, not through direct conflict, but through an ever-widening distance. This sense of urgency did not only make Harry deeply infatuated, it also created an invisible wall that separated him from his longtime closest friends. The winter of 2017 at Sandringham House had always been associated with long-standing royal traditions: hunting outings, private gatherings, and most importantly, the close circle of Prince Harry's friends. This was not just a retreat, it was a private space where relationships remained in their purest form, untouched by protocol or public scrutiny. Yet it was here that a quiet but pivotal shift began to unfold. The arrival of Meghan Markle in this setting was not simply the introduction of a new girlfriend. She stepped into an environment that had remained stable for many years, with unspoken rules that were not easily understood by outsiders, and instead of adapting, Meghan was said to have chosen to confront what she perceived as outdated practices. The shooting event at Sandringham, a long-established tradition, quickly became a point of friction. According to multiple sources, Meghan expressed strong views on the use of hunting rifles, considering it incompatible with modern values. In a different context, this might have been seen as a difference in opinion, but here, among those who had upheld this tradition for years, it was perceived as a direct criticism. It did not stop there. Meghan's way of communicating and expressing her views also created a clear distance. She was said to have corrected jokes and behaviors she found inappropriate, particularly those related to gender and culture. For Harry's friends, who were accustomed to a relaxed and informal atmosphere in private settings, this was not just uncomfortable, it made them feel judged. Some within the group began to withdraw. There were no public arguments, no explosive confrontations, just fewer invitations, less frequent gatherings, and a shared sense that the atmosphere had changed. Harry, standing between two worlds, seemed to lean toward the new one, and that was the moment when the balance began to shift. What is notable is not the existence of differences between Meghan and Harry's friends, but the speed and manner in which those differences led to separation. A network of relationships built over many years began to fracture within a short period of time, and as old connections faded, the space they left behind was quickly filled by new faces. As old friends stepped away, a new guest list began to take shape, and it was not for family. The wedding day at St. George Chapel was not only a royal event, it was a global stage where every seat carried symbolic meaning, as nearly 2 billion people around the world followed every step of the bride. No detail could be accidental, and the guest list became one of the most controversial elements. In the front rows, the presence of Oprah Winfrey and George Clooney surprised many, not because they were unworthy of those seats, but because, according to various sources, they had little to no close personal relationship with Meghan Markle prior to the wedding. Questions began to surface. Why were they there? And more importantly, why were they placed so prominently? The answer may lie in how the event was framed. This was not just a wedding. It was an opportunity for connection on a global scale. Names like Oprah and Clooney do not only represent personal fame, they carry immense media influence. They are gateways to Hollywood, to networks of power beyond the royal institution. And within a larger picture, their presence sent a clear message. Meghan was not only entering the royal family, she was bringing an entire world with her. Meanwhile, another figure shocked observers in an entirely different way. Around 90% of the Markle family was absent from the guest list. Aside from her mother, most of her close relatives were excluded. In their place were figures from the entertainment industry. Individuals whose combined net worth reached into the billions of US dollars. This substitution was not merely a personal choice, it created a stark contrast between two worlds. One side was family, the other was power and influence. For many observers, this no longer appeared to be an emotional decision. It resembled an image strategy. With family members absent, the narrative naturally shifted. From a bride entering a royal family, Meghan became something else. A woman standing alone within a vast system, an image that easily evokes sympathy and emotional connection from a global audience. This arrangement, whether intentional or not, helped shape how the world perceived Meghan at the most important moment of her life, not as someone supported by family, but as an individual who rose to the top on her own. Amid the brilliance of the wedding at St. George Chapel, a small yet haunting detail became the focus of global media. The bride's father, Thomas Markle, was absent. There was no moment of him walking his daughter down the aisle. No final embrace before she stepped into a new chapter of her life, and immediately, the story was told in an emotional direction. A father who had disappointed, a bride forced to face the most important moment of her life alone. But when examined more closely, what unfolded behind the scenes was far more complex. According to analyses from Tom Bauer, Meghan's gradual distancing from her father was not an immediate reaction to media pressure. It was a process that unfolded step by step. Even before the scandal broke, fewer phone calls, messages left unanswered, and eventually, complete silence. The public explanation centered around staged photographs and Thomas Markle's handling of the media, but from another perspective, the timing aligned strikingly with Meghan's preparation to enter the royal family, an environment where personal image is not just private, but institutionnel. In that context, any element that could pose a risk to one's profile must be tightly controlled, and Thomas, with inconsistent statements and unpredictable appearances, became a difficult variable to manage. Removing that variable, when viewed through a strategic lens, could be seen as a step toward maintaining a clean profile, an image free from controversy, without details that could be exploited by media or adversaries. But the cost of that control lay within the family story itself. When a blood relationship is severed, it does not only leave a personal void, it creates a new narrative, one that can easily be shaped and amplified through emotion, and that is exactly what happened. The image of Meghan walking alone down the aisle quickly became symbolic. A strong, independent woman overcoming family hardship to step into a new world. The public sympathized, the media empathized, but few questioned whether that story represented the full truth or only the part that was chosen to be told. What stands out is the prolonged silence that followed. There were no visible attempts at reconciliation, no signs of renewed contact. The relationship between Meghan and her father appeared completely frozen. Even as media pressure subsided, this led many to consider another possibility. This was not merely the aftermath of an incident. It was a calculated decision, consistently maintained, while the world sympathized with the bride walking alone behind palace doors. Another storm was quietly unfolding for the staff, behind the closed doors of the palace, where the public could not see. An entirely different rhythm was taking place, not ceremonial formality, but a quiet accumulation of pressure day after day, and at the center of that tension, according to multiple internal sources, was a detail that seemed almost insignificant. Emails sent at 5 a.m. For Meghan Markle. This may have been a reflection of discipline and productivity, a habit formed in a previous professional environment where speed and responsiveness were essential, but within the system of the British royal household, where everything operates through hierarchy and strict procedure, it created a wave of disruption. Assistants, many of whom had served the royal family for years, even decades, were not accustomed to this pace. They were not only receiving emails at dawn, they felt the pressure to respond immediately, to meet unspoken yet very clear expectations. Some described the feeling as being constantly on call, even before the official workday had begun. The term Meghan it began to circulate internally, not as praise, but as a half-joking, half-serious way of describing being pulled into an intense work cycle. It reflected a sudden cultural shift, where new standards were imposed without transition, and when change happens too quickly, resistance is almost inevitable. The number that raised concern within the palace was that at least 3 senior staff members left their positions within less than 6 months. These were not newcomers. They were experienced individuals who understood the system and had worked with other members of the royal family. Their simultaneous departure within such a short time was no longer coincidence. It was a signal of a deeper issue. Some sources suggested that the problem was not only the workload, but how it was delivered. Directness, sometimes perceived as rigidity, made those accustomed to the royal family's indirect communication style feel pressured in an environment where words are carefully measured. Such directness can easily be interpreted as a lack of sensitivity. What is notable is that no conflict was ever made public. There were no major arguments, yet the tension built day by day, through each email, each small request, until it eventually led to decisions to leave. And with each departure, the system lost a part of its experience, a part of its long-standing stability. What was unfolding was not merely ordinary work pressure. It reflected a deeper clash between 2 completely different approaches to power and responsibility. These conflicts were not just about workload. They were a collision between an American sense of self and a centuries-old royal system. In the days leading up to the wedding at St. George Chapel, an incident that seemed minor quietly became the first fracture between the 2 most important women of the new royal generation. It was the story of the bridesmaid dresses, a detail that, on the surface, appeared to be nothing more than a matter of children's clothing, but placed within the context of pressure, power, and ego, it became a symbolic confrontation. At the center of the story were Catherine, Princess of Wales, and Meghan Markle, 2 contrasting figures. One had lived within the royal system long enough to understand every unspoken rule. The other had just entered, bringing with her an entirely different style. When the bridesmaid dresses were prepared, issues arose concerning size, design, and level of finishing. According to some sources, Kate expressed concern that the dresses did not fit properly, especially for her daughter. A request for adjustments was made, but the response she received was not what she expected. What followed gave rise to two parallel versions of the story. One side claimed that Kate broke down in tears due to pressure and tension during the preparations. The other insisted that Meghan was the one who cried. Feeling criticized, the exact truth may never be fully confirmed, but the key point is not who cried. It is why such a small issue escalated to that level. The answer may lie in the balance of power at that moment. Meghan, despite being new, stood at the center of a global event. Everything revolved around her. Every decision, no matter how small, carried greater weight than usual. Meanwhile, Kate, with her established role within the royal family, represented stability and tradition. When these two value systems collided, there was almost no space for compromise. Some analyses suggest that Meghan's handling of the situation reflected confidence, even decisiveness to the point of not yielding. In a corporate environment, that might be seen as a strong leadership quality, but within the royal context, where softness and subtlety are highly valued, it can easily be perceived differently. On the other hand, Kate's reaction, if tears were indeed involved, reflected the pressure of maintaining standards at a time when everything was changing too quickly. What is notable is that after this incident, the atmosphere between the two families no longer seemed the same. There were no official statements, no clear confirmations. Yet small signs, from the way they appeared together to the distance seen at public events, began to speak louder than any explanation. But Meghan did not only seek power within the palace, she sought public adoration, similar to that of someone who had passed. In a story where emotion plays a central role, touching the deepest memories of a person can create a stronger impact than any words. And for Prince Harry, no memory is deeper than the image of Princess Diana. This is not only a lost mother, it is a symbol, a wound, a part of his psyche that has never fully healed. And at this point, many analyses suggest that a sophisticated strategy may have been at play. Meghan Markle did not enter Harry's life merely as an independent woman. She appeared with similarities that were difficult to ignore. From her fashion style, her choice of clothing that leaned toward minimalism yet elegance, to the way she interacted with the public, all of it evoked the image of Diana during her most beloved years. Not an obvious imitation, but details subtle enough to create a sense of familiarity. One particularly striking detail lay in the choice of perfume. According to some sources cited in various analyses, Meghan was believed to have used the same fragrance that Diana once wore, especially during her early important appearances. This is not something easily noticed by the public, but for Harry, who is deeply connected to memories of his mother, scent can become a powerful emotional bridge. In psychology, smell is one of the senses most strongly linked to memory, and if this was intentional, it was not merely an aesthetic choice, it was a tool that directly influenced emotion. It did not end there. The way Meghan expressed empathy for humanitarian issues, her approach to media, and even small gestures in public appearances were seen by some as carrying a familiar tone. Some media experts have described this as a smart image-building strategy, not to create a copy, but to evoke a symbol already loved by the public. For Harry, this similarity may have provided a sense of safety, a continuation, a belief that he had found a woman who not only understood him, but also shared the values his mother once represented. But this very similarity created a different reaction from Prince William. Having witnessed Diana's entire journey and its aftermath, William was said to view everything with greater caution. The difference in how the two brothers perceived Meghan gradually became clear. For Harry, it was harmony and healing. For William, it may have signaled something less natural, And when these two perspectives collided, distance began to form between them, not loudly, but deeply enough to alter a bond that had once been very close. This similarity created a perfect shield, but it also marked the beginning of a fracture between Harry and William. The change in Prince Harry did not happen overnight. It was a gradual yet noticeable process. Enough, for a long time, royal observers to recognize the difference from a prince once seen as approachable, humorous, and easygoing. Harry gradually became someone carrying a constant sense of caution. The smile was still there during public appearances, but behind it was an increasingly thick layer of defense. The media, once an inseparable part of his life, began to become a subject of suspicion and even confrontation. Interviews grew more tense, critical statements became more frequent, and the way Harry reacted to negative coverage revealed a shift in how he viewed the world around him. No longer a sense of duty-driven acceptance, but a response that was personal, strong, and at times deeply emotional. Many believe this change originated from past experiences, particularly memories connected to Princess Diana and the way she was pursued by the press, but within the current context, it appears to have been amplified by the environment he was now living in. Meghan Markle, with her more direct and less compromising approach, contributed to reshaping how Harry responded to external pressure. No longer avoidance, no longer silence, but confrontation. This transformation did not only affect Harry's public image, it directly impacted his relationships. Old friends, accustomed to a relaxed and open Harry, began to find him harder to reach. Family, especially Prince William, also began to notice the growing distance, not because of major conflicts, but because of increasingly different ways of viewing the world. In many appearances, Harry showed a state of being constantly ready to react. A question could be interpreted in many ways, yet his responses often leaned toward defensiveness. This led many to form a hypothesis. Was this the result of accumulated pressure, or a sign of a deeper psychological shift, a change not only shaped by external forces, but reinforced from within? When a person begins to see the world through a lens of suspicion, everything around them can become a potential threat. And in Harry's case, this created a cycle. The more defensive he became, the further he moved away from familiar sources of support, and the further he moved away, the more dependent he became on a new circle, a smaller circle, but one with greater influence over his decisions. Everything was now in place for a major explosion, because the wedding was, in reality, only the signing ceremony of a global commercial project. When the lights at St. George Chapel dimmed and the congratulations faded, a new phase began. It was no longer a love story told before the public, but the process of building a personal brand on an international scale. According to analyses from Tom Bauer, the ultimate goal did not stop at becoming a member of the royal family. It lay in using that position as a launch platform. Meghan Markle did not enter the royal family simply to remain. She entered with the ability to leave from a position of greater strength. An image had been built, a narrative had been shaped, and a global audience had already been established. All of these elements, when combined, formed the foundation of a long-term strategy. Returning to the United States was no longer a step backward. It became the next move forward, with titles, with global attention, and with a story strong enough to attract media. Meghan and Harry entered a market where brand value could be directly transformed into commercial deals. And what followed seemed to confirm this. The agreements with Netflix and Spotify, reportedly worth tens of millions of United States dollars, did not appear by chance. They were the result of a prolonged process of building image and position. Some sources suggest that initial discussions had begun very early, soon after the wedding ended. If true, this indicates a vision that extended far beyond what the public saw at the time. What is notable is how the story was presented to the public, not as a business strategy, but as a journey in search of freedom and a personal voice, two different interpretations of the same sequence of events. And it is this contrast that continues to fuel debate to this day. In the modern world, where the line between fame and commerce is increasingly blurred, building a strong personal brand can generate power comparable to traditional titles. In this case, the wedding was not only the beginning of a marriage, it was the gateway to a much larger market, where every glance of attention could be converted into value. The 10 truths that have just been examined are not intended to attack any individual, but to open a different perspective, one that is rarely discussed behind the glittering headlines. Through the lens of Tom Bauer, the story of Meghan Markle is no longer simply a journey into the royal family. It becomes a sequence of calculated steps where every decision carries consequences. A wedding is not only flowers, white dresses, and radiant smiles. Behind it are strategy, ambition, and choices that can reshape an entire long-standing system. But in the end, the most important question still has no clear answer. Is Meghan a smart woman who knows how to seize opportunities and use timing to rise in a competitive world, or is she someone who has, intentionally or unintentionally, disrupted values, long considered sacred within a royal family that spans centuries? The truth may not lie entirely on one side, and it is precisely this ambiguity that keeps the story alive with controversy. What we can be certain of is that the impact of this story will continue, not only for Prince Harry, but also for how the public perceives the royal family in the modern era, an era where image, media, and personal power are more tightly intertwined than ever before. Thank you for taking the time to follow this journey. If you find these analyses offer a new perspective, please like and subscribe so you do not miss the next stories about the world of power, where the truth is often far more complex than what we are shown. Finally, the day Charles grew utterly sick of Camilla has arrived, a moment many believed would never come. A shift so abrupt and personal that it has sent shockwaves across every royal circle. According to multiple palace insiders, King Charles has ended his relationship with Queen Camilla behind closed doors, and the breaking point was nothing less than a scandal dripping with entitlement, arrogance, and a shocking sense of ownership. The catalyst? Camilla allegedly claimed several properties and personal items belonging to the late Queen Elizabeth II as her own, bypassing every royal protocol, every legal safeguard, and every boundary of respect. These weren't just trinkets or symbolic tokens. We are talking about private possessions, heirlooms, and estates that the late monarch had clearly designated for future generations. When Charles discovered what she had done, witnesses say he was the angriest he has been in decades. A private confrontation erupted at Balmoral, one that forced senior advisers to intervene. For the first time, the king questioned not only Camilla's judgment, but her intentions and the role she has played in reshaping the monarchy for her own benefit. Even more alarming, palace staff reveal that Camilla had already begun making quiet arrangements to transfer certain assets under her control, anticipating that no one would dare challenge her. But she miscalculated. She pushed too far. And this time, she pushed the wrong person. So the question now is not whether there was a fallout. The question is how far Camilla went. What Charles discovered, and why he finally decided enough was enough after years of protecting her from public scrutiny. Do you believe this marks the beginning of Camilla's downfall? Comment below and let us know. And now, let's go deeper into what truly happened behind those royal doors. The summer sun of 2025 streamed through the tall glass windows of the study at Buckingham Palace, warm and golden, spilling across the old walnut desk where King Charles III sat, his reading glasses resting low on his nose, just as he had worn them for years. Shishase. The king still clung to his strict, almost military routine, waking at dawn to address state matters, a steaming cup of Earl Grey beside him, and imposing piles of paperwork awaiting his attention. London felt calm that morning. A typical Monday, with the distant murmur of traffic drifting in from the streets, but the tranquility was only on the surface. When his private secretary, a middle-aged man in a severe black suit, entered with a thick file from Clarence House, where Camilla, the Queen Consort, operated her own office, Charles had no inkling that this would mark the start of the most profound inner turmoil of his reign. He opened the file with casual disinterest. Used to the dry contents of such folders, reports on royal estates, updates on investments in environmental charities he tirelessly supported, or briefings on historic properties. He skimmed the first pages, pausing now and then to sip his tea, expecting nothing more than routine matters, but as he reached the middle of the dossier, a sudden tightness seized his chest, as if an invisible hand had clenched around his heart, and his breathing grew heavier. These were not just sterile figures and legal clauses, they were detailed documents outlining the rearrangement of possessions belonging to the late Queen Elizabeth II, his mother. The embodiment of endurance and British tradition, they listed everything from the glittering diamond pieces she wore on grand state occasions, such as St. Edward's crown and the Delhi Durbar pearl necklace, to family lands in Scotland, those quiet retreats where she had often found solace amid turmoil. Even personal items displayed in the palace were included: centuries, old paintings by royal artists like Sir Joshua Reynolds, and rare 18th-century porcelain. These were not merely objects of great material worth. They carried the spirit and continuity of the royal line. Each page bore precise annotations with carefully drafted notes about transferring management rights. Some items were proposed to be placed under the care of public institutions like the British Museum for greater public accessibility, while others were candidates for auction to modernize royal finances and create fresh funding streams for charitable work. On the surface, the language seemed polished and reasonable, yet it left Charles deeply unsettled, as though someone were deliberately smudging the boundary between heritage and innovation. What truly shocked him, however, was the last page. There, in bold black ink, was a single concise line: approved, Camilla, Queen Consort. There was no space allocated for approved by the sovereign, no royal signature from him, no sign that he had been consulted, not a meeting, not a phone call, not even a brief internal email. This was not a trivial bureaucratic oversight. It was an overstep, a covert maneuver carried out at the very center of the monarchy. Charles remained still, his fingers clutching the final sheet, feeling as if the solid floor beneath him was subtly trembling, though he knew it was only the reverberation of his own shock. In an instant, memories surged through his mind like a flood. His mother, Queen Elizabeth, with her reserved smile and penetrating gaze, sitting with him in private during her later years at Windsor Castle, repeating the importance of safeguarding the royal legacy. Charles, you must protect what I leave behind. These are not just material objects, but the soul of the dynasty, she had told him, her tone gentle yet unyielding, like an unwritten testament. She had ruled for more than 7 decades through storms and upheavals, shaping an enduring legacy. And now, those very possessions were being rearranged without the consent of her successor, her firstborn son. A thought he had never allowed himself to form rose unbidden in his mind. How far has Camilla gone? Camilla, the woman he loved deeply, who had stood beside him through scandal since the 1990s. From the collapse of his marriage to Diana to the relentless public scrutiny of her own role, she had become Queen Consort, but was she now building a sphere of influence that reached beyond his own authority? He placed the file back on the desk and exhaled heavily. A storm of emotion churned inside him. Hurt mingled with anger, devotion to his wife colliding with loyalty to his mother and his duty to the crown. Charles was not a man prone to outbursts. He was a patient sovereign, always striving to reconcile personal feeling with national responsibility, whether in his environmental efforts or his attempts to modernize the monarchy. Yet at that moment he felt a deep sense of betrayal from the person closest to him. He called for his secretary, his voice low but firm. "Arrange a meeting with the Queen Consort this evening. We need to speak plainly." Charles had chosen to remain at Buckingham Palace to concentrate on royal business, while Camilla frequently stayed at Clarence House to oversee her own initiatives, a physical distance that had quietly widened between them in recent weeks. Outside his window, the sunlight still shone brightly, glinting off the frames of the old paintings adorning the walls. But inside the study, the air had become heavy, almost suffocating, as if warning of a storm forming at the heart of the palace. This was no ordinary folder. It was the spark to a looming family confrontation where love, authority, and inheritance would clash head-on, threatening to shake the foundations of the House of Windsor. Clarence House, with its grey stone facade and lush manicured gardens in the heart of London, was the place where Camilla felt most at peace after long, exhausting days of royal duties. That evening, as the sun slipped behind the city's skyline and a gentle coolness settled over the capital, Charles arrived with a somber look, choosing to come alone, without aides or attendants, to keep what was to be said as private as possible, far from the prying eyes of the palace. Camilla was seated by the warm fireplace, absorbed in a book on British royal history. When he stepped into the small drawing room, she glanced up, greeting him with the familiar smile that had so often steadied him through scandals and waves of public criticism. But there was a flicker of apprehension in her eyes when she noticed the thick file he was carrying. "Charles, you're home early? I was waiting so we could have dinner together. They've prepared your favorite roast with fresh salad from Highgrove," Camilla said lightly, trying to preserve their usual cozy ambience, hoping to soften his mood before any serious conversation began. But Charles did not sit. He remained standing, his expression heavy, and placed the folder on the polished wooden table with a soft yet pointed click. When he spoke, his tone was low and probing, more like a sovereign confronting one of his ministers than a husband addressing his wife. "Camilla, we have to talk about this. You signed off on these documents about my mother's estate without consulting me. The iconic jewels, the Scottish estates. These are not things you can decide on your own without so much as a word to me." Camilla exhaled quietly, closing the book with deliberate care. She rose and moved toward him, her voice gentle, as though she were trying to reason with someone stubborn, fighting to remain composed, even as her heart pounded. "You're constantly occupied with foreign tours, parliamentary meetings about climate change, even your health issues, those chronic back pains you refuse to acknowledge. I was just trying to help, to take some of the burden off your shoulders, so you wouldn't have to worry about every detail and could focus on what truly matters." Those items were in a kind of undefined ownership category, locked away, collecting dust in storage, untouched by anyone. "I thought we should put things in order, give the royal finances more flexibility for modern initiatives, supporting education for underprivileged children, environmental projects, all the causes you've championed since your days as Prince of Wales." Charles held her gaze, his voice rising slightly, revealing the sting of disappointment and a deep sense of hurt. "That was my mother, Camilla. Not forgotten odds and ends for you to sort out at will. Those jewels have stood witness to history. From her coronation to countless state visits, those lands were where she found quiet in the midst of pressure. You cannot simply reassign control over them without telling me, as though I have no place in that decision." Camilla's lips curved into a faint brittle smile tinged with sarcasm and self-defense, masking the fear that was starting to claw at her. "So what do you intend to do then? Keep everything locked away forever, never used? Never seen? The monarchy has to move forward. Charles, we can't be trapped endlessly in the past, shackled by outdated traditions. I'm doing what I believe is best for you and for this institution, so it doesn't appear stagnant in the eyes of the world, just as you're trying to do with your own initiatives." For a moment Charles said nothing. He simply shook his head, the gesture heavy with disillusionment, and turned to leave the room, his footsteps echoing dully against the wooden floor. But inside him the real tempest was only beginning, a hidden current gathering force, threatening to break its banks. He felt as though his grip on everything was slipping, not only on the estate, but on the trust he had placed in the woman who had walked beside him for decades, from the secretive days at Highgrove, with their intense clandestine encounters, to the moment she was formally recognized as Queen Consort after weathering years of harsh public judgment. That night, back at Buckingham Palace, Charles lay awake, sleep eluding him as he thought about the long journey they had shared, the happy moments at Mill House, where she had once lived separately, and the hunting trips in Scotland that had brought them simple joy. Yet now that trust was trembling on the edge of collapse, and he knew he would have to make a decisive move before matters spiraled beyond control. His feelings had become a tangled mix of enduring love and gnawing suspicion. Meanwhile, Camilla, alone by the fire at Clarence's house, felt a sharp ache of hurt. She had given up so much to stand at his side, from sacrificing her private life to enduring years of being branded the other woman, and now, because of one file, everything they had painstakingly built was at risk of crumbling like a sandcastle under a crashing wave. In the late afternoon, as golden sunlight filtered through the canopy of trees and lit up the rose beds that Charles himself had once planted, Clarence's house became the backdrop for a secret meeting steeped in calculation. Camilla, her face drawn with fatigue, but her eyes burning with resolve, after heated disputes with Charles over Queen Elizabeth II's legacy, had summoned her sister, Annabel Elliot, for a confidential conversation. Annabel, a woman in her mid-70s with a discreet yet quietly ambitious nature, known for her work as an interior designer on royal properties, such as cottages in the Isles of Scilly and at Llw Wynnewermod in Wales, stepped into the small drawing room, dressed in simple but refined clothing. Her silver hair pinned neatly up, she greeted Camilla with a warm smile and an affectionate embrace. Camilla returned her sister's familiar smile, though the tension in her eyes betrayed the gravity of what was to come, like someone poised on the edge of a high-stakes wager. "Annabel, I'm glad you could come. We need to talk about the plan. The real plan, not the version I gave Charles. Sit down. The tea's still hot." They settled opposite each other on the soft sofa, steaming cups of tea resting on the polished wooden table between them, the aroma of Earl Grey curling through the air. The room, once a setting for tender moments between Camilla and Charles, now felt heavy, weighed down by unspoken schemes. Camilla lowered her voice, wary of potential listeners, and began. Her words carried a mix of fierce ambition and underlying unease. "You know, I'm pushing this rearrangement of the Queen's legacy, those dazzling diamonds she wore at her coronation, the vast Scottish lands with Balmoral's rolling green forests, and the old pieces like 18th-century porcelain that used to be displayed in the palace, to the public and to Charles. I frame it as simplifying a complicated management system, freeing up resources for modern royal charitable work, environmental causes he adores, things he's backed passionately since his days as Prince of Wales. But in truth, I intend to liquidate and disperse some of it, sell certain items to raise money for our family project. A portion of that money will go to you, to Tom, to Laura, so we can set up a private real estate investment fund and launch a chain of luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland under our own control. You'll take charge of the interiors using all your experience from working on Duchy of Cornwall properties. Tom can oversee the culinary vision, capitalizing on his reputation as a critic, and Laura can manage the art, curating exhibitions to draw in the elite. This will be the true legacy of the Parker Bowles line, securing our financial future without having to depend on the Windsors or their antiquated constraints. I've spent so many years climbing to this position as Queen Consort, enduring scandal since the Diana era. Now it's time for us to reap the rewards, but quietly, so neither Charles nor Anne catches on. If any of this gets out, everything collapses. Annabel listened intently, her eyes brightening with excitement and ambition. Though a flicker of unease crossed her features, "Are you absolutely certain?" "Camilla," she asked, "the resort idea is tempting. I could create truly luxurious spaces, blending classic British elegance with modern touches. Just as I did with the royal cottages, Tom and Laura would be ecstatic. He could transform the resorts into high-end culinary destinations, and Laura could turn them into living art galleries. But if this ever comes to light, it all falls apart. Charles already suspects something. And Anne, she's like a bloodhound, always sniffing out trouble. The children and I will help run the fund, but you must make sure the paperwork is flawless. No trail leading back to us. Use offshore shell companies, if necessary, to disguise the flow of money." Camilla clasped her sister's hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly beneath the force of her determination, the combination of burning ambition and creeping fear swirling inside her like an unseen tide. "I'm certain. Annabel, this is our chance at a life of our own, no longer bound to Elizabeth's old ghosts. She never truly accepted me, always looked down on me. But now, as Queen Consort, I finally have the power to reshape things. You must promise to keep this quiet. This is our true inheritance as sisters, not those relics gathering dust in storage. If we succeed, we'll have our own empire, rich, independent, answerable to no one." Their meeting ended with another close embrace. Annabel departed with a satisfied smile, already envisioning the future they might build, while Camilla remained seated alone, her heart hammering the thrill of the risk, coursing through her like a dangerous bet that could alter everything, from her royal standing to her family's destiny. She had no idea that just beyond the door, a loyal servant had overheard enough to understand, and that a storm was gathering, ready to rip away the flawless mask she believed she still wore. The stillness that followed the secret meeting was abruptly disturbed by a long-serving maid named Mary, a woman in her early 50s, loyal and discreet, who had been with the royal household since the days of Queen Elizabeth II. While dusting the corridor outside the drawing room, Mary had unintentionally overheard everything through the narrow gap in the door. Talk of selling off parts of the late Queen's legacy to fund private real estate ventures for Annabel, Tom, and Laura. The words struck her like a blow. Her heart pounded with a mix of outrage and fear. Mary had watched Queen Elizabeth devote her life to that legacy, from the iconic jewels to the lands at Balmoral, and now they were being treated as mere instruments for personal enrichment, tormented by her conscience. She secretly reached out to Princess Anne using a private number the princess had given only to a handful of trusted staff. Speaking in a trembling voice, she relayed everything in detail. "Your Royal Highness, I heard the Queen Consort telling her sister about selling the late Queen's legacy to raise money for private family investments, opening luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland, not for royal or charitable projects, as she claims. This is a betrayal. Mum." At Windsor Castle, Princess Anne, strong-willed and unyielding by nature, received the call. As she listened, color rose hot in her cheeks, and her hand tightened around the phone as if she might crush it. Guarding her mother's legacy had always felt like a sacred duty to her, And this was not just a matter of overstepping authority, it was a brazen violation of royal tradition. Without a second thought, Anne climbed into her black Range Rover and drove straight to Clarence's house. She swept through the entrance and strode into Camilla's office without announcement. Her brisk, determined presence, sending nearby servants scurrying away. Whispering nervously in her wake, Camilla, who had been poring over more documents related to potential auctions, looked up in surprise, but quickly forced a composed smile onto her face. Anne, you've come without an appointment. Is something urgent? Is this about those legacy rumors I've been trying to explain to Charles? Anne shut the door sharply behind her. Her voice cut through the room like a blade tense. Emotional. The tone of a warrior defending sacred ground. I know everything. Camilla, you're plotting to sell off Mother's legacy to raise money for your sister Annabelle and your children Tom and Laura. To pour into private real estate, opening a chain of luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland. This isn't for the crown or for charity. No matter what you proclaim, stop this now before it goes any further, or I will take my evidence to Charles. Camilla went pale, her pulse racing at having been found out, but she quickly rallied and snapped back in defiance, her voice growing sharper as she stood to face Anne. What are you talking about? I'm only streamlining the management system. Just as I told Charles, there's no scheme here. You're misinterpreting things, or listening to someone who's trying to cause trouble. That legacy needs modernization, not endless clinging to the past, and if there is investment involved, it's for the greater good. Anne stepped closer, her whole body taut with fury, her eyes blazing. Don't try to lie your way out of this. I have proof that you're abusing your position as queen consort for the benefit of the Parker Bowles family, turning something sacred into cash for private resorts, where Annabelle designs the interiors, Tom oversees the cuisine, and Laura curates the art. This is treachery. Camilla, treachery against my mother and against the monarchy. Put an end to it. Or I will expose everything, and Charles will not forgive you. Feeling driven into a corner, Camilla lashed out, her tone high and cutting, full of wounded pride and defiance. You have no right. I am the queen consort, and Charles trusts me more than he trusts you. He knows I only want what's best for the crown. These are nothing but baseless accusations and slander. Who are you to threaten me, Anne? You've been jealous of my place ever since Diana. The confrontation ended with Anne storming out, her furious footsteps echoing down the corridor, but in her mind she had already chosen her next move, pushing events toward a breaking point. After the blazing confrontation, Princess Anne refused to simply wait. True to her decisive, no-nonsense nature like a warrior, defending sacred ground, she moved immediately. Back in her study at Windsor Castle, surrounded by ancient stone walls and the familiar scent of polished walnut, Anne sat rigid, her fists tightening as the anger from earlier still burned within her. Inwardly she vowed, Camilla may try to deny it, but I will uncover the truth. She summoned her most trusted aide, Edward, a middle-aged man who had served the royal family since the days of Queen Elizabeth II, known for his unwavering loyalty and sharp discretion. With a firm, steady voice she gave her command. Keep an eye on every move Annabelle Elliot makes. I want to know exactly what she's doing. With whom? And why? Edward set to work without delay, tapping into familiar yet shadowy channels. Reliable confidential sources, maids, legal advisors, former staff from the Duchy of Cornwall. Within only a few days, through persistence and experience, he pieced together a scheme laced with calculation and greed. He discovered that Annabelle, together with Camilla's son Tom Parker Bowles, a well-known food critic, cookbook author, and columnist, and Camilla's daughter, Laura Lopes, a reserved yet affluent art collector, were working closely to establish a private real estate investment fund On paper, the plan was wrapped in respectable language. Green investments to support environmental initiatives, a clever hook meant to appeal directly to Charles's lifelong passion for nature conservation. In reality, it was designed to channel funds from the sale of elements of Queen Elizabeth II's legacy jewels, lance, and historic items into acquiring land and developing a string of luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland. The aim was clear: to build a long-term, independent financial empire for Camilla's side of the family, generating vast profits while reducing reliance on the Windsors. It was, in its own way, a quiet act of revenge for years of being looked down upon, a new legacy for the Parker Bowles line, crafted out of the old Queen's treasures. Edward returned to Windsor Castle and presented his findings in Anne's study. As she read, Anne's face went pale, shock and fury mingling. Her fingers closed so tightly around the documents that the pages crumpled. "So it's true," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Camilla is using Mother's legacy to fuel this scheme. Annabelle and her children's real estate project is going to swallow the money from sold jewels and land, all under the banner of modernizing the monarchy." Emotions swelled in her chest. Tears gathered in her eyes, not of weakness, but of rage and heartbreak. "Mother would never forgive this," Anne said hoarsely. "Camilla has gone too far, twisting her position for personal gain." Edward nodded gravely. "Your Royal Highness, the evidence is airtight. Emails detailing their plans, financial records showing they are waiting on proceeds from upcoming auctions, and documentation of offshore structures in the Cayman Islands designed to conceal the money trail, avoid tax, and prevent tracing." Anne didn't hesitate. With the sun beginning to sink, she climbed once again into her black Range Rover and drove toward Buckingham Palace, her heart pounding with urgency and grim resolve. Arriving at the palace, she strode into Charles's study, her steps brisk, her expression still flushed with anger. Forgetting all formal courtesies, she spoke at once. "Charles, I need to speak with you immediately." Charles, seated at his old walnut desk with his reading glasses low on his nose, looked up, startled. "Anne, what's happened? What's so urgent?" Anne placed the thick bundle of documents in front of him, her voice shaking with emotion. "Charles, I've uncovered everything. Camilla is not just overstepping, she's orchestrating a plan to sell Mother's legacy to fund her own family. Annabelle, Tom, and Laura are setting up a real estate fund, using the money from jewels and lands to build luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland. This is the proof. Emails. Transactions. Everything." Charles began to read. As his eyes moved down the pages, his expression shifted from disbelief to a deathly pallor, then to a flushed, furious red. His hands trembled. "Oh God, Camilla," he murmured, his voice cracking. "She has deceived me like this, using Mother's legacy. The most sacred things, symbols of more than 70 years on the throne, to line the pockets of her sister and her children. Building resorts with Annabelle designing, Tom overseeing the cuisine, Laura handling the art." He looked up, his eyes blazing with pain. "This is betrayal. Anne, I cannot forgive this. Not ever." Rage surged through him like a violent storm. He slammed his palm down on the desk, making the documents jump. Tears spilled not from weakness, but from deep, torn loyalty. He rose from his chair, his voice steady now with hard, unyielding resolve. "I will dismiss her. Strip her of her privileges. This cannot go on. Mother's legacy is sacred. Intouchable." Anne moved to his side and wrapped her arms around him in a fierce, protective embrace. "You're doing the right thing. Charles, we must act now before more damage is done. I'll stand with you." After receiving the irrefutable evidence, Charles could no longer hold back the fury boiling inside him. In his private study, bathed in warm golden lamplight, yet thick with suffocating tension. He sat turning page after page, his face drained of color. "Camilla, she's really done this to me," he whispered, voice raw, using the iconic jewels, the Balmoral lands, Mother's very soul to trade for luxury resorts for her own family. This is outright treachery. Overwhelmed? He struck the desk with his fist, tears spilling down his cheeks. He made up his mind at once. He sent word for Camilla to meet him that evening at Clarence's house in private and without advance notice. Giving her no time to prepare or spin excuses, Camilla entered the small drawing room once their sanctuary, with its soft sofas and welcoming fire, wearing a strained, anxious expression, her silver hair slightly disheveled from the sudden summons. "Charles, you called me so urgently. What's happened? Is this about the legacy rumors again?" "I thought I'd already explained everything." Charles did not sit. He stood holding the documents, his voice low but burning with anger. "Camilla, I know it all now. The plan to sell Mother's legacy to fund investments for Annabelle, Tom, and Laura, those resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland. This is your last chance. Tell me the truth. Why did you do it? I once loved you enough to risk everything for you. Don't force me to lose every last shred of faith." Despite the evidence, a part of him still hoped she might confess honestly, that decades of shared history might mean something. Camilla turned pale but forced herself to regain composure and clung to denial. "Charles, what are you saying? There is no scheme. I only rearranged the legacy to create resources for the monarchy, especially for the environmental causes you care so much about. Those resort stories are lies. Rumors twisted by others. Annabelle was merely talking about personal investments, nothing tied to your mother's legacy. You believe me, don't you? Everything I've done is for us, for my love for you." She reached for his hand, eyes filling with tears, trying to appeal to his heart. But her denial only poured fuel on his rage. Charles withdrew his hand, his voice turning cold. "You're still denying it? The proof is right here, emails, bank transfers. The whole structure laid out. You've crossed the final line. Camilla, anything related to my mother is sacred. You've betrayed not only me, but the entire monarchy." Unable to bear any more lies, Charles called for an emergency meeting with Anne, William, and Camilla to be held that very evening at Buckingham Palace. That night, under the glittering yet icy light of crystal chandeliers, the emergency meeting took place in a private conference room deep within the palace. The atmosphere felt like that of a royal tribunal. Anne sat with a steely, indignant expression. William was quiet but resolute. Camilla entered with a pale face and trembling hands, a sense of impending doom hanging over her. Charles sat at the head, the bundle of evidence in front of him. "Camilla. Anne. William, we are here because of a betrayal that cannot be forgiven. I confronted you privately. Camilla. I gave you the opportunity to tell the truth. Instead, you denied everything. This plan to sell my mother's legacy to fund luxury resorts in Wiltshire and Scotland, you have used your position as queen consort to line your own family's pockets." Camilla sank into her chair, tears gathering and spilling as she finally broke down. "Charles, please, I'll admit it now. I was wrong. I was afraid for my family's future. And that's why I devised the plan. But I did it because I care, because the monarchy has to change. Please give me a chance to make it right. I'll end the project. Return everything. Don't cast me out. I love you after all these years together." Anne cut in at once, sharp and unforgiving. "Make it right? You intended to use my mother's money to fund your private resorts? That is not a mistake, it is betrayal. And there is no undoing that." William spoke up with calm but resolute firmness. "Father, we can't overlook this. Grandmother's legacy is untouchable. What she's done violates everything our family stands for. Charles's anger rose again, like a volcano erupting. He slammed his hand on the table. No, Camilla, I gave you a chance in private. And you chose to lie. Admitting it now is too late. I trusted you. I loved you for decades, from our secret days at Highgrove to the moment you stood beside me as queen consort. But anything tied to my mother is sacred. You have torn that apart. You have betrayed me. And the crown. His voice hardened as he pronounced his verdict. I have decided to expel you from the center of royal life and strip you of all privileges connected to the legacy and royal duties. You will live separately at Highgrove. You will retain the title, but you will have no power. No influence. There will be no second chance. This betrayal is beyond forgiveness, no matter how strong our love once was. Camilla broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. Charles, please, I love you. Don't do this. But Charles turned away. His tone, icy and final. The meeting is over? Leave. After the final verdict, Camilla was removed from palace life, quietly yet unmistakably, and sent to live in isolation at Highgrove House, the tranquil Gloucestershire estate surrounded by the colorful gardens Charles had once designed as a symbol of the shared affection. Now those same flowers were nothing more than a backdrop to her solitude and remorse. Even though the title Queen Consort technically remained attached to her name, the palace released no official statement. But the news spread rapidly through the media, and public commentary became merciless. At last, she's been removed. The scheme to exploit the legacy has collapsed. Left alone at Highgrove, Camilla reflected on her tumultuous journey from the days of being a hidden lover, enduring the scandal of being labeled the other woman in the breakdown of Diana's marriage, to eventually reaching the powerful role of queen consort, overwhelmed by regret. She wept as she stared at old photographs of herself and Charles, though deep inside she still tried to justify her actions. I only wanted to secure a future for my own family. The Windsors never fully accepted me anyway. Meanwhile, the real estate venture, spearheaded by Annabelle, Tom, and Laura, crumbled disastrously. After funds tied to the halted legacy, sales were frozen. The Parker Bowles family soon faced significant financial strain. Annabelle lost major design commissions. Tom's professional reputation suffered. Laura was forced to part with portions of her cherished art collection. Camilla became increasingly isolated, shunned by the public and branded a symbol of betrayal. Over time, her health declined under the weight of stress and emotional downfall. As for Charles, though devastated at losing the woman he had once loved, with great passion spending many sleepless nights recalling their moments at Highgrove and Clarence House, he found a renewed sense of purpose in safeguarding his mother's legacy. His bond with Anne and William grew stronger than ever. He immersed himself in environmental causes, expanding charitable initiatives that did not touch the late Queen's possessions, and often visited her resting place at Windsor Chapel. Seeking emotional clarity and forgiveness, Princess Anne, steadfast and unyielding, continued to serve as the monarchy's anchor, supporting Charles's duties and maintaining vigilance to ensure no similar schemes could arise again. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment knowing she had protected the integrity of the Windsor bloodline. William, alongside Catherine, focused on preparing for his future role as king. Placing strong emphasis on honoring tradition, their children were raised with an understanding of the values embodied in their grandmother's legacy. Thus, the monarchy moved forward with renewed strength. Shaped by a powerful lesson in loyalty and honor, it became a story where personal ambition was ultimately defeated by familial responsibility, fortifying the unity of the Windsor line and underscoring that nothing could trespass upon the sacred memory of Queen Elizabeth II. In the end, Charles's breaking point with Camilla is not just a private crisis, but a turning tide inside the monarchy. When a queen consort dares to claim what rightfully belonged to Queen Elizabeth, consequences are inevitable. And today, Those consequences have finally caught up with her. But this story is far from over. New revelations are already surfacing, and the palace is scrambling to contain the fallout. If you want the truth behind every twist and every hidden motive, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment below, and stay with us for the next shocking update. Absolute black screen. No image. No movement. Only a single line of white text appears slowly, as if it has just been decrypted from a high-level security system. Unreleased document. Confidential. Immediately after, the sound of radio static breaks in. Fragmented. Dry. And cold. A low voice begins to speak. Emotionless. Without any fluctuation. Today is April 13th. We have just received a compressed file from an anonymous IP address in London. This file not only contains the detailed travel schedule of Princess Anne for April 15th, but also includes a red warning, a warning of a deliberate pressure explosion, not un accident, not a technical failure, but a calculated act. The data is encrypted in multiple layers, but once unpacked, everything becomes more terrifying than ever. Technical parameters, coordinates, time markers, all of them align with a precision so exact that it cannot be dismissed as coincidence. While mainstream media remains flooded with reports of charity events and symbolic visits, at a deeper level, a silent conflict is steadily escalating between Kensington and Clarence House. Unconfirmed sources suggest that Prince William is currently holding a highly sensitive dossier. Inside is evidence of Camilla's covert interference with Squadron 32, a unit that should never be involved in any power struggle. We are still verifying, but what we have in our hands right now does not allow us to look away. If all of this is true, then this is no longer an internal disagreement. This is a confrontation capable of shaking the entire structure of power, and now, the question is no longer what is happening. It is who you will stand with, William's decisiveness, or the King's caution. Leave your choice. Comment 1 or comment 2. 2mm gap. That phrase appears in the audio file we received like a warning signal. So small, it seems meaningless, yet powerful enough to change the entire course of the story, slowly unfolding behind the closed walls of the royal family. According to aviation experts we consulted, the Falcon 900 LX, a symbol of safety and near absolute precision, contains a fatal weakness at the pressure relief valve if loosened by exactly 2 millimeters. Not an estimate, not a random deviation, but a cold, exact threshold where the line between control and disaster becomes more fragile than ever. A technical specialist, who once worked in high-level maintenance programs, explained that the pressurization system of this aircraft is designed to tolerate only minimal deviation, but precisely because of that, if someone understands the structure and deliberately interferes, they can trigger a chain reaction without leaving obvious traces. When the pressure valve is loosened to the exact level, the cabin does not depressurize immediately. Instead, the pressure drops gradually, silently, and almost impossible to detect by normal sensation in the first few minutes. That is what makes this scenario more dangerous than any mechanical failure. The number that continues to surface in our discussions is 90 seconds. 90 seconds is the golden window for the pilot to recognize the situation, put on an oxygen mask, and execute emergency procedures. 90 seconds to maintain control. But even a brief delay is enough for the human body to fall into severe oxygen deprivation. Awareness begins to fade. Reflexes deteriorate. And before fully understanding what is happening, the pilot can lose consciousness entirely. At that point, the aircraft continues its journey, flying steadily across the sky. But no one is truly in control. A ghost flight. A chilling scenario that aviation has always considered its worst nightmare. What we cannot ignore is the disturbing alignment between this technical model and the data we received in the anonymous file: time markers, pressure parameters, even the delay in the warning system all match almost perfectly with the 2mm scenario. This is no longer a hypothesis. This is a design built on deep understanding of both technology and human psychology, but technology, no matter how complex, cannot operate without human hands behind it. And that is where the question becomes heavier: who could carry out such a precise action without being detected? Who knows exactly how much to loosen? And more importantly, who has enough authority to enter an area that even ordinary engineers cannot access? We traced the standard maintenance procedures of the Falcon line and discovered a striking fact: every operation related to the pressurization system must be carried out in a strictly controlled zone at RAF Northolt, believed to be the departure point of the upcoming flight. Every entry and exit to the technical area is recorded through a multi-layer identification system. There is no room for error, no space for unauthorized action, at least in theory. But reality is always more complex than what is written in documents, because in any system, the human factor remains the most unpredictable variable: a valid access card, a swapped shift, an order issued from above that no one dares to question. Combined together, these elements can create just enough of a gap for something seemingly impossible to become real. In the royal context, where every movement is tied to power and interest, that possibility becomes even more unsettling. Because this aircraft does not carry ordinary passengers, it is tied to the schedule of Princess Anne, a figure long seen as a symbol of stability and discipline within the royal family. If an incident occurs, its impact will not stop at the technical level. It will expand into a political and media earthquake. And then, as we continued digging deeper, a new detail began to surface. A personnel list leaked this morning. No official confirmation, no clear origin. But what it contains is enough to make anyone pause. This list does not only record the names and positions of engineers working at RAF Northolt, it also includes shift schedules, entry and exit times, and unusual changes in duty assignments. Some names on the list were present in the maintenance zone at times outside their original schedule. Others left earlier than expected without clear explanation, and most notably, there is one individual appearing in both groups, holding valid access, while also having a time window sufficient to perform a precise action without close supervision. It could be coincidence, but in this context, coincidence is a luxury we cannot afford to accept. When all the pieces are placed together, from the 2mm gap to the 90-second window, from security procedures to the leaked personnel list, a picture begins to form. Not clear, not complete, but enough to create a sense of unease that is difficult to describe, because if this hypothesis is true, then we are not only facing a technical threat, we are looking at the signs of a carefully prepared plan where every detail, no matter how small, is calculated to serve a larger objective. But who has the power to access the classified maintenance area of RAF Northolt? The answer begins to emerge from the personnel list leaked this morning. Money always leaves a trace, no matter how carefully it is concealed, no matter how many layers of intermediaries it passes through. There will always be a point where the truth cannot be completely erased, and this time, that trace does not begin with a personal account or a single suspicious transaction. It begins with a piece of code, a malicious code deliberately implanted, silently infiltrating the system without triggering any alert in the first hours. Sources inside Kensington report that Williams' technology team has identified malicious code sent from an intermediary server. Not a large-scale attack, not the kind of aggressive intrusion commonly seen, but a sophisticated infiltration designed to remain in the shadows, collecting data and transmitting it in small segments, according to a pre-programmed cycle This suggests that whoever is behind it not only possesses knowledge of cybersecurity, but also understands how the internal royal systems operate. What is notable is that this malicious code does not target public documents or formal data. It focuses on files related to travel schedules, technical parameters, and especially encrypted maintenance reports. It is precisely at the intersection of technology and aviation engineering that a pattern begins to emerge, a pattern directly connected to what we uncovered in the previous chapter. The 2 mm gap is no longer an isolated hypothesis. It becomes part of a larger system where data is collected, analyzed, and potentially used to serve a specific plan. But what truly captured William's team's attention is not just the existence of the malicious code, it is the way it connects to a chain of complex financial transactions. By tracing the flow of data, they discovered that several compromised files had been transmitted to a server located in a third country. From there, the trail leads to a series of suspicious transactions, executed during a time frame that aligns precisely with changes in the aircraft's maintenance schedule. The shocking figure is £1.2 million. This amount was not transferred directly. It was divided into smaller portions, passing through 3 different banks, each transfer disguised as legitimate transactions. One portion was recorded as technical consulting fees, another as payments for external maintenance services. The remainder was concealed under short-term contracts with unidentified companies, 3 banks, 3 layers of intermediaries, a financial flow designed so that no one could trace its origin. Yet that very complexity becomes the most suspicious signal, because in the financial world, the more layers of concealment, the greater the likelihood of a real underlying motive. No one builds such an elaborate transfer system without something to hide. William understands this better than anyone, not only because he has access to internal reports that the public will never see, but also because he stands at the intersection of 2 worlds. On one side is royal duty, where every action must follow rules and tradition. On the other is the cold reality of power, where information can be manipulated and truth can be delayed indefinitely. In the days following the discovery of the malicious code and the financial trail, something unusual began to happen. There was no official statement, no response from relevant authorities. Even direct inquiries received no clear answers. Silence spread. But this was not the silence of missing information. It was calculated silence. Within the royal family, silence is sometimes a strategy. It allows time to calm public opinion. It prevents speculation from spreading, and more important, it creates space for those in control to assess the situation without external pressure. But in this case, the silence carries a different meaning. It feels like a curtain drawn over something that is becoming too large to remain hidden. Close sources indicate that private meetings have been held at Kensington. No public schedule. No recorded minutes. Only prolonged discussions lasting for hours, where experts in technology, finance, and security sit together to analyze every smallest detail, every line of code, every transaction. Every gap in the data is examined with precision. What they are searching for is not just evidence of wrongdoing. They are looking for a chain of connections strong enough to be undeniable. Because in this context, an accusation without clear proof could create consequences more severe than the truth it attempts to expose. That is why William is not rushing. He does not appear before the public with strong declarations. He does not draw conclusions while everything remains under analysis. Instead, he chooses to go deeper, to follow each trace, to connect every fragment, and to wait until the full picture can speak for itself. During this process, a hypothesis begins to take shape, that the malicious code was not only used to collect information, it may also have functioned as a coordinating tool, a way to synchronize actions occurring in different locations, from server rooms to maintenance zones, from financial systems to travel schedules, all potentially connected through a network known only to a few. If this hypothesis is correct, then we are no longer dealing with an isolated incident. We are facing an organized structure, a system designed to operate in the shadows, where each component has its own role, but only when viewed as a whole does the true objective become visible. In that context, the palace's silence becomes even more significant. It is no longer simply a cautious response. It may be a sign that what is unfolding exceeds the control of standard procedures, or at least exceeds what they are willing to acknowledge at this moment. William understands that he is stepping into a gray zone, where the line between responsibility and risk becomes blurred, where every decision can lead to irreversible consequences, but he also understands something else, that if he stops here, if he relies only on what is already known without going further, the truth will remain buried beneath layers of tightly controlled information. So he continues, not with rushed steps, but with patience and precision. Each new piece of data is verified, each connection is confirmed, and every hypothesis must meet a higher standard before being accepted. In a world where information can be manipulated, evidence becomes the only absolute value, and that is exactly what William is searching for. Not to prove a point, but to establish a truth that no one can deny. William understands that he cannot rely on speculation alone. He needs evidence that even his father cannot dismiss. Why Sydney? Why April 15th? Two questions that seem simple, yet open an entirely deeper layer of the story, because on the surface, Princess Anne's visit to Australia appears to be a routine diplomatic activity, a schedule planned months in advance, a sequence of events designed to reinforce the image of stability and responsibility of the royal family before the international public. But when we place the data we have onto the same timeline, everything begins to take on a different meaning. Sydney is not just a destination, it is where Princess Anne is expected to present a financial report related to the Royal Heritage Fund, a document that, according to multiple internal sources, has been prepared for years and contains figures that could change how the public perceives financial operations within the royal family, not minor expenditures, but major financial flows, investment decisions, budget allocations that have long been kept confidential. And it is here that the underlying tension between Anne and Camilla begins to surface clearly. For years, the two have represented entirely different approaches to the role of the monarchy. Anne, with her disciplined and direct style, has consistently supported transparency and accountability. Meanwhile, Camilla, who spent nearly 40 years moving from a position of doubt to the center of power, understands the value of controlling information. Not everything should be made public. Not every figure needs to be explained. That difference is not just a matter of perspective, it is a conflict of interest, because according to what we have gathered, the report Anne is preparing to present is not merely a financial document. It may contain details related to affiliated funds, cross-funding arrangements, and complex financial structures that, if exposed, would raise uncomfortable questions for those currently in control. The striking number here does not lie within the report, but within Camilla's own story. 40 years. 40 years of building her position, 40 years of overcoming opposition from the public, the media, and even from members within the royal family. From a marginal figure, she gradually became an indispensable part of the current power structure. And because of that, any change that threatens that structure can be perceived as a direct risk. If Anne's report truly contains sensitive information, then the timing of its release in Sydney on April 15th is no longer coincidental. It becomes a flashpoint, a moment where everything could shift within hours, and if someone wanted to prevent that, they would have to act before the document becomes public. That is when everything we have seen in the previous chapters begins to connect: the 2mm gap, the 90-second window, the malicious code, the £1.2 million financial flow. None of these are isolated fragments anymore. They form a chain of actions that can be interpreted as an effort to control or delay a specific event. But what makes this story more complex is the question of motive. Is this truly a gamble? A decision made under pressure, when jealousy, or perhaps fear of losing control, begins to cloud judgment? Or is this a carefully calculated strategy where every step has been considered in advance? Among royal observers, the relationship between Anne and Camilla has long been described as distant. There are no public confrontations, no shocking statements, but there is no closeness either. They exist within the same sphere of power, yet with entirely different goals and methods, and sometimes that silence carries more tension than any spoken words. If viewed from this perspective, the financial report is not merely a document, it is a tool capable of shifting the balance of power within the royal family, and if that is true, then stopping it, at any cost, could be seen as an option some are willing to consider. However, it must be emphasized that everything we are analyzing remains within the realm of hypothesis based on available data. There is no direct evidence confirming that a specific individual stands behind this chain of events, yet the absence of clear evidence, while indirect signals continue to accumulate, is precisely what makes this story so compelling. Because within complex power structures, truth rarely appears in a clear form. It is often hidden in small details, decisions that seem unrelated, gaps within the data, and it is the connection of these elements that creates a meaningful picture. Returning to Sydney and April 15th, we are looking at a convergence point of multiple currents: a diplomatic visit, a financial report, a series of unusual technical and financial events, and a highly sensitive internal political context, all of it converging within a time frame so tight that it allows no margin for error. In that context, every decision becomes a gamble, not only for those directly involved, but for the entire structure they are trying to protect or reshape, and when a gamble is placed, its outcome rarely affects only one individual. The most concerning factor is not the possibility of an incident, it is the possibility that all of these elements may have been arranged to lead to a specific outcome, an outcome where the truth is delayed or replaced by a more acceptable narrative. But if there is one thing we can be certain of, it is that time is running out. Key moments are approaching. New data continues to emerge, and the pressure on those holding information is increasing. All the pieces are in position. In just 48 hours, it will be either a tragedy or the greatest upheaval in history, a 24-hour ultimatum. That phrase has begun to appear within internal communication channels we have accessed as a signal that everything has reached its final limit. No longer fragmented analysis, no longer questions requiring more time to verify. Everything is converging toward a single point. A confrontation expected to take place on the evening of April 14th, within the thick walls of the palace, where the most critical decisions of the royal family are often made in absolute silence. According to sources we are monitoring, a high-level meeting is being arranged at an unusual pace. No public schedule, no official announcement. Yet external signs suggest otherwise. The number of vehicles entering and leaving the central area has increased sharply. Security routes are being adjusted at hours that do not match standard patterns. And most notably, several senior advisors have been urgently recalled to London without any publicly stated reason. We are closely monitoring activity at the gates of Buckingham Palace to confirm this meeting. Every small movement, every vehicle bearing diplomatic plates, every individual appearance is being recorded and cross-checked, not to assert certainty, but to gather the final pieces before the full picture becomes complete. At the center of this anticipated confrontation is William, no longer the image of a cautious heir, weighing each step to avoid conflict with tradition. What we are observing suggests that he is stepping into a different role, more proactive, more decisive, and potentially more dangerous to structures that have existed for decades. In his possession is a dossier known by a name that even insiders mention with caution: Skyfall. Not an official term, not found in any public document, but based on what we have gathered, it is a compilation of all verified data collected in recent days, from the 2mm flaw in the pressure system to the malicious code embedded within the internal network, from the £1.2 million financial flow passing through 3 banks to the potential links between individuals with access to the classified maintenance area. Skyfall is not an accusation. It is a structure of evidence, a logical system built to resist dismissal by conventional arguments, and that is precisely what makes it the greatest threat to those attempting to preserve the current state. But confronting Skyfall is not about a single individual, it is about an entire system, a system shaped by tradition, by unwritten rules, and by a belief that stability must always come before truth. Within that system, every crisis is handled through calculated silence. Every conflict is softened before it reaches the outside, and every change must occur gradually, within controlled boundaries. That is why the meeting on the evening of April 14th is not merely an exchange of information. It is a test of whether the old system still has the capacity to absorb a shock of the magnitude that Skyfall may bring, and if not, what will follow next? Sources indicate that the atmosphere inside the palace in recent hours has become more tense than ever. Brief exchanges, interrupted calls, decisions made more quickly. Yet, with greater caution, no one says it aloud. But all understand that they are standing at a moment that could redefine the future of the royal family. One notable detail is the presence of individuals who rarely appear in internal meetings: senior legal advisors, financial experts who have handled previous crisis situations. Their presence suggests that the issue is being examined not only from a political perspective, but also from legal and long-term consequences. In this context, William's role becomes critical. He does not only bring a dossier, he brings a choice between continuing calculated silence or confronting directly what is being uncovered. And that choice does not affect only him, it will impact the entire structure of which he is a part. There is a question circulating internally, one we have heard from multiple sources. Is this the moment when the new generation will force the old system to change? Or will the old system once again prove its ability to protect itself by absorbing and neutralizing every threat? No one has a definitive answer. But what is happening externally suggests that everything is moving toward a point of no return. Roads surrounding the palace are more tightly controlled, security presence has visibly increased, and internal communications signals indicate a higher level of activity than usual. We continue to monitor not only what can be seen, but also what can be inferred from behavioral patterns, because in situations like this, what matters is not only what is said, but what is left unsaid. If Skyfall is presented for discussion tomorrow evening, it will force all sides to take a clear position. No more space for ambiguity. No more possibility of delay. And from that moment, the consequences will begin to unfold. Whether intended or not, some sources suggest there may be an attempt to delay or reduce the impact of the dossier. Others believe this is the only opportunity to resolve issues that have accumulated over many years. Two perspectives, two paths, and both carry their own risks. Meanwhile, time continues to move forward. With each passing hour, key events draw closer. The trip to Sydney, the financial report, and everything that could happen if these elements are not brought under control. At this moment, everything can change with a single decision. A choice made inside a closed room, yet one that will echo outward in ways no one can fully predict, and that is the true nature of this moment. Not certainty, but possibility, the possibility of a turning point, the possibility of a crisis. or the possibility of a complete restructuring. We will continue to monitor every development, but one thing has become clearer than ever. Time is running out for all of us. This is no longer a single story. This is a race against death, where every smallest detail can determine the final outcome. What we have shared with you is not baseless speculation. It is built from leaked sources that we have cross-verified, combined with independent technical analysis from experts with real-world experience, from the 2mm flaw in the pressure system to the 90-second window of survival in the cockpit, from malicious code infiltrating the internal network to the £1.2 million financial flow concealed through multiple layers of intermediaries. All of it is converging toward one point, a moment the world will not be able to ignore. Within less than 48 hours, all eyes will turn to the runway at RAF Northolt, not for a ceremony, not for a routine visit, but because it may become the place that determines whether a sophisticated plan is carried out or stopped just before it is too late. And at the center of it all remains Princess Anne, a woman who has devoted her life to duty, now unintentionally becoming the focal point of a chain of events whose full severity she herself may not yet realize. What prevents us from stopping is the increasingly clear alignment between the data. No element stands alone. Every piece connects through a logic that is deeply concerning. And when a picture begins to take shape, the question is no longer whether it is real, it is what we will do with it. At this point, silence is no longer a safe option. It risks becoming complicit with what is being concealed. The truth must be brought into the light before it is buried beneath the Indian Ocean. Before it is replaced by a more acceptable version, controlled and directed. We are not drawing conclusions, but we believe you deserve to know what is happening behind closed doors. And at this very moment, a new development has just emerged, increasing pressure across the entire situation. An urgent piece of information we received just minutes ago: Squadron 32 has undergone a personnel shift at 11 o'clock this morning. 2 senior engineers have been suspended without any official explanation. No statement, no clarification, only a sudden change at a moment that could not be more sensitive. We will continue to monitor and update all details in tomorrow morning's video. If you have followed this far, you understand that everything is moving toward a point that can no longer be delayed. Every second carries different possibilities, and in a race like this, information is the only thing that can make a difference. Subscribe now to receive urgent alerts at the critical moment, because what is about to happen may not only change a single story, it may change the way we see the entire structure of power that we once believed to be unshakable. And right now, every second is priceless. Recently, King Charles's health has become the center of intense discussions behind the closed doors of the palace, and according to multiple internal sources, it was precisely this reality that led to an unprecedented decision. The throne was transferred in silence. Overnight. No prior announcement. No ceremony. No live broadcast. Only signatures placed on paper while the rest of the country was asleep. According to sources we have accessed, this decision was not driven by ambition, but by the monarchy's instinct for survival. As the king's health visibly declined, his schedule was reduced. Meetings were shortened, and coordination of authority began to fragment. The question of succession was no longer about a distant future, it became an issue of the present, and in that context, William emerged as the only choice capable of guaranteeing immediate stability. What shocked observers was not that William was chosen, but how it happened. According to close sources, the transfer document had already been prepared, activated under emergency conditions, and signed discreetly to avoid any interference that could spark controversy. Notably, Camilla's role in this process was described as unusually minimal. No consultation, no public consent, and no presence in the chain of key decisions. The palace's silence afterward only deepened the suspicion. No denial, no confirmation, just subtle adjustments in schedules. Small but consistent changes in protocol, and a William appearing more frequently in positions traditionally reserved for the king. That is how power shifts when it cannot be publicly announced. So what truly happened that night? Why did the transfer have to be carried out in secrecy? And where does Camilla stand in the new power structure now taking shape? Stay with us as we break down every detail behind this shocking decision. And let us know your view in the comments. Was this a necessary move to preserve the monarchy? Or the beginning of a highly risky restructuring? King Charles III had just concluded a diplomatic reception lasting 3 hours with the Commonwealth delegation. The moment the heavy oak doors of the 1,844 room closed, the diplomatic smile on the king's lips vanished instantly. He stumbled, his right hand gripping the edge of the table to maintain his balance. A violent wave of dizziness crashed over him like a tsunami, washing away all awareness of his surroundings. His breath rasped in heavy labored gasps, and his heart beat erratically, as if trying to shatter his aging chest. The head of the medical household, Professor Evans, who had been standing by in the private room, immediately stepped forward. There was no panic, only a terrifyingly cold professionalism. After 15 minutes of checking vital signs and reviewing the latest MRI results, Evans removed his glasses, his expression grave. "Your Majesty?" Evans's voice was low but clear in the silent room. "We cannot delay any longer. The signs of vascular exhaustion have shifted to red alert. The oxygen supply to the brain is severely diminishing under the pressure of stress. If you continue at this intensity, a massive stroke is no longer a risk. It is an inevitability." Charles sank into his armchair, his weary eyes gazing out at the steam-fogged window. He understood his body better than anyone. In recent weeks, he had frequently forgotten key details in the government red boxes. Simple decisions had suddenly become as burdensome as moving a mountain. The Regency Act of 1937, Charles whispered, his voice. "It is a trap. Evans, it only allows for the transfer of power when I am completely incapacitated or in a deep coma. But I'm not dead. I am just running on empty." That was the fatal loophole in the British Constitution. If Charles did not declare himself incapacitated, he still had to rule absolutely. But a ruling king with declining mental acuity was the seed of collapse. He needed another solution. A solution without precedent. That night, as the clock struck 10:00 p.m., Charles convened a top-secret meeting with the only 2 people he trusted implicitly regarding loyalty to the institution: Prince William and Princess Anne. The king's private study was completely soundproofed. The yellow light cast shadows upon the portraits of past monarchs, creating haunting interplays of light and dark. "I will issue a special royal decree," Charles declared, his voice weak, but containing the resolve of a man who had contemplated this for a long time. He pushed a handwritten draft toward William. "A partial transfer. William will hold specific constitutional powers, receiving heads of state, ratifying royal assents, and holding honorary military command. I will retain the title of king and the weekly meetings with the Prime Minister. This is the only way to maintain stability without my abdication." William picked up the paper, his brow furrowed tight. He scanned the lines quickly. It was a bold move, perhaps even reckless. It slipped through a narrow crack in the law. "Father," William said, his tone deep but full of concern, "this will cause a massive storm in Parliament. And more importantly, Camilla. She will not accept being sidelined in this new power structure." Princess Anne, standing with her arms crossed by the fireplace, nodded in agreement. "William is right. Camilla has spent 2 decades laundering her reputation to climb to this position. She will view this as a direct assault on her status as queen the moment that name was uttered. The air in the room seemed to freeze. The door suddenly burst open. There was no announcement from a servant, nor a knock. Queen Camilla walked in. She wore a deep blue silk dress, her neck adorned with the priceless pearl necklace Charles had given her for their anniversary last year. But her eyes held no marital affection. They were sharp, calculating, and full of vigilance. Camilla had heard, or at least her network of spies within the palace had reported this unusual meeting. William is right. Camilla stepped forward, her voice soft, but carrying the resonance of a command. She walked straight to Charles's side, placing a hand on his shoulder, a gesture that was both possessive and subtly threatening. "You cannot do this, Charles. Transferring power to William while you are alive. Are you turning yourself into a puppet king?" Camilla turned to look at William and Anne, the corner of her lips curling into a challenging smile. She knew who she was up against, but she also knew Charles's weakness. If the king is weak, the wife must be the one to share the burden. That is the principle of marriage. And it is tradition. I propose a co-regency mechanism. William and I will rule together. That is the balance and unity the public wants to see. Princess Anne took a step forward, blocking Camilla's view of William. Her voice was steely. "You are mistaken. Camilla, my mother, Queen Elizabeth, never and would never intend for you to touch political power. You are the queen consort. Your role is to support, not to rule. Do not ever forget your place." Camilla squeezed Charles's shoulder tight, causing him to grimace slightly in pain. She leaned down, whispering into her husband's ear, but loud enough for the room to hear. "You need me, Charles. You know that William is too young, and Anne is too rigid. Only I understand what you truly need." The declaration of war had been issued. The battle for power was no longer taking place in the shadows. It had materialized right in the heart of the monarchy, 24 hours after the fateful meeting. London woke up to a media earthquake. A slew of tabloids and online news sites simultaneously ran blazing red headlines. King Charles critical. William forced his father to abdicate to seize power. At Kensington Palace, William threw his tablet onto the table, the dry clatter echoing through the breakfast room, his face flushed red with suppressed rage. The article in the Daily Truth, citing a high-ranking source close to the palace, described the king's health condition in chilling detail. It painted Charles as a senile old man, unable to remember staff names, even needing to be fed. Conversely, William was portrayed as power-hungry, exploiting his father's illness to isolate him from his devoted wife. "This is her handiwork," William roared, his voice trembling with indignation. The details about the vascular fatigue were known only to Evans' father, myself, and Anne. "She has sold out her husband to buy public sympathy," Kate Middleton, maintaining an astonishing calm, placed a hand on her husband's shoulder to reassure him. She looked deep into his eyes. "She is playing psychological warfare. William, she wants the public to believe you are an unfilial son. If you accept the transfer of power now, public opinion will view it as a family coup. She wants to erode your legitimacy." Meanwhile, at Clarence House, Charles and Camilla's private residence, a completely different atmosphere prevailed. Camilla was hosting a discreet afternoon tea with her inner circle, including the editor-in-chief of a major newspaper, 2 hardline conservative MPs, and her private press secretary. "The British public always has a soft spot for the image of a devoted woman," Camilla said. Toying with a fine bone china teacup, she no longer looked agitated as she had the night before. Instead, she wore the cold calculation of a seasoned politician. "They fear sudden change. William is too young and has a tendency to modernize too aggressively. We need to plant the fear of instability in their minds. She turned to her secretary, ordering, "Leak more information, stating that doctors have advised Charles needs 24/7 special care from his closest relative, and imply that only I can understand the king's wishes at this time. If Charles cannot speak, I will be his voice." Camilla's plan was cruel, but terrifyingly logical. She knew she could not directly confront William on constitutional grounds or bloodline. Therefore, she chose to usurp soft power, becoming the sole interpreter for the king. If every decree, every opinion of Charles had to be conveyed through her, then she was the king. That evening, Charles's health took a sudden turn for the worse due to psychological pressure. He suffered a bout of breathlessness and his blood pressure spiked. Camilla immediately ordered a lockdown of the king's bedroom area, citing doctor's orders to prevent William from visiting. Inside the room, heavy with the smell of antiseptic and essential oils, Camilla sat by the bedside. Charles lay there, frail and alone. She took his hand, not to transmit warmth, but to inject poison into his bewildered mind. "They want to steal your throne before you have even laid it down." "Charles," Camilla whispered, her voice sweet but full of malice. "William is gathering lawyers. Anne is digging through old files. They see you as a burden. Only I can protect your legacy. Just sign the power of attorney for me. Just one signature, and I will silence them all." Under the influence of sedatives and the persistent whispering, Charles's will began to waver. He looked at the wife he had defied the world to love, his heart full of conflict. Was his son truly in a rush for him to depart? Doubt, like a dose of poison, began to seep into every weakening brain cell of the old king. Princess Anne was not someone easily deceived, and certainly not someone who would sit idly by while Camilla manipulated her brother. With the experience of someone who had served the monarchy for over 50 years, she immediately recognized Camilla's divide and conquer and isolate the target tactics. Early in the morning on the third day of the crisis, Anne convened an emergency meeting with William and the Archbishop of Canterbury at Gatcombe Park. Her private estate in the countryside, the only place Camilla's eyes and ears could not reach. "We no longer have time for aristocratic politeness," Anne said the moment everyone sat down. She placed an unloaded shotgun on the table and began cleaning it, a habit that helped her focus when thinking about difficult problems. The action also implicitly signaled her attitude, ready for battle. Camilla intends to trigger the Regency clause in a way that benefits her, Anne analyzed sharply. She has lobbied enough secret votes within the Privy Council. If Charles falls into a coma or is declared incapacitated right now under the old laws, Camilla will automatically have a seat on the Regency Council as the monarch's spouse. She will use that vote to veto all of William's decisions. William rubbed his forehead, his face tense with extreme stress. "But father is completely under her control. I cannot access him to explain the truth without causing a brawl with the guards. If I use force, I will fall into the media trap she has set." The Archbishop of Canterbury, holding the role of highest spiritual and legal advisor, spoke up. "We need an irrefutable legal document. I have secretly finished drafting the decree of partial transfer according to His Majesty's original wishes. This document grants power directly to the Prince of Wales, William, without going through the Regency Council, but we need his signature. A fresh signature in a lucid state, and with independent witnesses." Anne paused her gun cleaning, looking up, her eyes sharp as knife blades. "Tonight, we will act. Tonight, I will use my authority as honorary colonel to change the guard shift at the King's Wing. Those loyal to Camilla or bought off by her will be reassigned to the outer perimeter." "But how do we get father out of her sight?" William worried. "She barely leaves the bedroom. We aren't taking him anywhere." Anne gave a dry laugh, a cold smile that made even William shiver. "I will bring the truth right to his face. William, brace yourself. Tonight will be the longest night of this dynasty. And I need you to bring something. What is it? The financial records of Camilla's son's company and the reports from MI5 regarding the secret meetings between her and the media tycoons. Anne stood up, loading the gun with a dry clack. We won't just be defending, we will attack. At the same time, at Buckingham Palace, Camilla received a tip from a servant who was a double agent that William and Anne had just returned to London. She immediately went on alert. The instincts of a survivor of decades of infighting told her a raid was imminent. Prepare the car. Camilla ordered her assistant, her voice urgent, and call the editor of The Sun. Tell them to prepare for breaking news tomorrow morning. If William dares to encroach on the king's room tonight, I will accuse him of attempting to usurp the throne. I will bury his reputation forever. Big Ben chimed 11 times, the melancholy sound spreading across a sleeping London. But inside Buckingham Palace, a silent war was beginning. William, dressed in civilian black to avoid attention, secretly entered the palace through a side door reserved for logistics staff in the kitchen area. Accompanying him were the Archbishop of Canterbury and 2 of the kingdom's top constitutional lawyers. They moved quickly and decisively through the long tunnel-like corridors where marble statues seemed to hold their breath. Watching, Princess Anne had arrived first. She stood waiting at the junction of the corridor leading to the royal bedroom quarters. The guards here had been replaced by soldiers from the Blues and Royals, a unit absolutely loyal to Anne. She is in there, Anne whispered, nodding toward the closed oak door at the end of the hall. Intelligence reports that she has had recording devices installed in the room. She wants to trap us. The plan had to change in a split second. They couldn't sign secretly while Camilla was there with a recorder. They had to face her head-on. Turning the infiltration into a public purge, William took a deep breath, nodding to Anne. He knew the risk was immense. If he failed, he would be branded a traitor. But if he didn't act, the British monarchy would fall into the hands of an ambitious woman. Open the door. William ordered the guard. The heavy oak door slowly swung open. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, King Charles was lying propped up against high pillows, his face gaunt, eyes closed in exhaustion. Camilla sat beside him holding a bowl of hot soup. When she saw the door open and the group enter, she started spilling the soup onto the expensive Persian rug. What do you think you are doing? Camilla stood up abruptly, shielding Charles's bed like a mother beast protecting her territory. This is the king's private room. It is past midnight. Guards. Throw them out. But no soldiers entered. The silence of the guards outside was the clearest answer that power had shifted. No soldiers will heed your orders tonight. Camilla. Princess Anne stepped in, the sound of her heels striking the wooden floor like a judge's gavel. We are here to carry out the king's will. His true will? Not the will you have force-fed him. William stepped to his father's bedside, kneeling on one knee to bring his eyes level with him. He took Charles's thin hand. Father, I apologize for coming late, but we need to end this right now for the stability of the kingdom and for your health. Charles slowly opened his eyes. They were cloudy with illness and medication, but upon seeing William, a flash of painful conflict appeared. He looked at his son, then at his wife standing between them. William, he rasped, his voice weak. Camilla lunged forward, pushing William's hand away. No, you must not listen to him. Charles, he is tricking you. He brought lawyers to force you to abdicate. She pulled a crumpled document from her pocket. The full Regency power of attorney she had been pressuring him to sign for the last 2 days. Enough. The voice of the Archbishop of Canterbury rang out with authority, drowning out Camilla's shouting. He stepped forward, raising the cross worn on his chest. Your Majesty the Queen Consort. The act of coercing the monarch to sign a constitutional document without the presence of the Privy Council is a violation of the Treason Act of 1351. The phrase treason dropped into the middle of the room like a bomb. Camilla froze. But her survival instinct rose stronger than ever. She knew she was cornered. She decided to go all in. Camilla turned to Charles. Tears beginning to flow. She knelt by the bed, gripping his hand tightly, creating a perfectly tragic scene. Charles, I only want what is best for you. They want to strip you of your power, make you useless. Can you bear to let your wife be humiliated by the world and your own son? Charles closed his eyes, breathing rapidly. Camilla's emotional manipulation still had a potent effect on him. Seeing Charles waver, Camilla stood up, whipping around to face William and Anne. The gentle mask shattered, revealing a face twisted with rage and ambition. If you sign the transfer decree to William, she hissed through gritted teeth, I will publish your entire medical file. I will tell the world you have dementia, hallucination, and that your son interrogated you at midnight. I will turn William into a usurper, and this dynasty will collapse in scandal. William clenched his fists, veins bulging on his neck. He started to step forward, but Anne raised a hand to stop him. She stepped to the front, facing Camilla directly. The distance between the two most powerful women in the royal family was less than a meter. You say you sacrificed? Anne asked, her voice terrifyingly calm. You say you did everything for love? Then let me remind you of true sacrifice and of the price you agreed to pay to set foot in this place. Anne slowly opened the black leather briefcase she always carried. She pulled out a yellowed envelope sealed with red wax, bearing the royal crest of the previous reign. You think my mother, Queen Elizabeth, accepted this marriage without any precautions? She held the envelope high. This is the Sandringham Secret Pact of 2005 signed by you, Charles, and witnessed by Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. Do you remember clause number 4? Camilla? Camilla's face drained of all blood. Her eyes widened in horror. She stumbled back, hitting the edge of the table, knocking the lamp to the floor where it shattered. Clause number 4. Anne read aloud, clearly every word nailing into the air. In the event that Mrs. Camilla Parker Bowles engages in any behavior interfering with the line of succession or seeks to hold political power beyond ceremonial roles, the marriage shall be declared legally void within the royal context. She shall be stripped of all titles, expelled from royal residences, and receive no allowance whatsoever. She will leave with exactly what she brought, empty hands and disgrace. William looked at his aunt in astonishment. He had never known of this document's existence. It turned out Queen Elizabeth had foreseen it all. She had left one final trap, a self-defense mechanism to protect the throne for her grandson. From this woman's ambition, Camilla collapsed to the floor, stammering, No, impossible, Charles. You said that document was destroyed? You promised me. She turned to look at Charles, hoping for salvation. But the king's silence was the cruelest answer. Amidst the wreckage of emotions and naked truth, something strange happened. King Charles, who had been lying still as a senile old man, suddenly sat bolt upright. He pushed the pillow behind his back with a decisive, strong motion, looking nothing like a man critical or demented. He reached for the glass of water on the table, took a sip, and looked straight at Camilla with unusually clear eyes. I lied to you, Charles said. His voice was no longer hoarse, but deep, sad, and commanding. The whole room, including William, was stunned. I do have vascular fatigue. Yes. I need to reduce my workload. Yes. Charles continued, his eyes never leaving his trembling wife on the floor. But I never lost my mind. I was never confused. The signs of excessive collapse this past week, allowing you to run rampant with the media, my silence in the face of your whispers, it was all a test. A test? Camilla whispered, her voice shattering. My mother, the Queen, told me before she passed, "Power is the strongest reagent for the human heart. I knew you had ambition, Camilla. But I hoped your love for me was greater than that ambition." Charles sighed. A sigh that shed the emotional burden of 30 years. "I waited. I hoped you would tear up that power of attorney and just hold my hand like a wife. I hoped you would protect William instead of attacking him. But you failed. You chose the throne over me." Charles turned to William, his eyes full of apology, but also pride. "Son, I am sorry for letting you endure this attack. I needed to see clearly the true nature of those around me before transferring power, and now I have seen—" He pointed to the document Anne was holding. "That pact is still valid, and tonight, Camilla, you violated it in front of the Archbishop and the heir. You signed your own sentence with your own hand." Camilla sat there dead silent. She realized she had not only lost to Anne in strategy, lost to William in legitimacy, but she had lost the very husband she thought she had manipulated for so many years. Her pride vanished, leaving only the nakedness of a loser. Charles took the fountain pen from the Archbishop. He did not look at Camilla again. "Give me the decree." Under the yellow light of the bedroom, King Charles III put his pen to the transfer of power decree. His handwriting was a bit shaky due to age, but strong, decisive, and authoritative. William stepped closer, signing his name right below as Prince Regent. Next came the witnessing signatures of the Archbishop of Canterbury and Princess Anne. The document was completed at 11:55 p.m. Only 5 minutes left until the new day. Charles handed the dried paper to William, then turned to Camilla, who was now sitting curled up like a soulless corpse. Tears dried on her cheeks. "You will go on a retreat," Charles said, his voice cold, devoid of any affection. It was the voice of a king ordering a subject, not a husband speaking to a wife. "To Scotland. For a long time. The reason will be health. You will not appear in public anymore, nor attend any royal events. Keep the last shred of dignity for yourself." Camilla opened her mouth to beg, but the icy glare of Anne stopped any words. 2 female guards entered, gently but firmly escorting Camilla up. She stumbled away, possessing none of the aura of a queen. The door closed behind her, the latch clicking shut dryly, like the sound of a judge's gavel, announcing a death sentence for a lifetime of ambition. 1 week after the night of the long knives at Buckingham, the BBC 6 p.m. news broadcast. "A global shock. Buckingham Palace has just issued an official statement. Queen Camilla will withdraw completely from royal duties due to serious health reasons. She will move to recuperate at a private estate in rural Scotland." At the same time, a second statement was released. King Charles III has signed a special decree granting additional constitutional powers to Prince William to assist the king in running the country. This is seen as a de facto transfer of power, opening a new era of co-rule. On the balcony of Buckingham Palace, the September wind blew strong. There was no grand debut ceremony, no cheering crowd. Just William standing there alone, looking down at London as the city lights began to turn on. He did not smile. His face bore the deep contemplation of a man who had just shouldered the responsibility of an entire kingdom. Behind him, in the shadows of the room, Kate Middleton stepped forward, gripping her husband's hand tight. "It's over," she said softly, her voice relieved. William turned, looking at the phone lighting up on the table. A brief text from Princess Anne had just arrived. "She has arrived in Scotland. Gate locked. Key destroyed." William turned off the phone, looking into the distance toward the Big Ben clock tower, tolling the bells of a new hour. "No, Kate," William replied, his eyes steadfast. "It is only just beginning. We have cleared the weeds. Now is the time to sow new seeds. This time we will do it right. With truth, not with secrets. William turned and walked inside, the balcony doors closing, blocking the flashbulbs of the paparazzi from afar, trying to capture the moment of the new master. A true dynasty where honor is placed higher than ambition had officially begun from the ashes of betrayal. As this chapter quietly closes, one thing is clear: the British monarchy is no longer operating on tradition alone, but on urgency, calculation, and survival. Decisions that once took years of preparation are now being made overnight. Behind sealed doors, driven by realities, the public is only beginning to sense whether this silent transfer of authority proves to be a stabilizing move or the spark of deeper unrest remains to be seen. What cannot be ignored is the symbolism. Power does not disappear, it shifts. And when it shifts without ceremony, without explanation, it leaves behind questions that refuse to fade. Questions about legitimacy, about influence, about who truly holds control when the crown itself grows fragile. Thank you for staying with us until the end of this analysis. If you believe this secret transition was a necessary step to protect the monarchy, or if you fear it marks the beginning of a dangerous precedent, we want to hear your thoughts. Please share your perspective in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more in-depth investigations into the hidden power struggles shaping the future of the British royal family. Have you ever wondered why Prince William has been able to stand beside Camilla for all those years with a face that shows almost no emotion, not a single smile, not a single friendly glance, only a composure so controlled it feels cold? That is not forgiveness. It is control. It is the ability to conceal what is truly happening behind the eyes of a future king. In the silent corridors of the palace, where every secret is protected by tradition and power, a rumor has emerged that cannot be verified, yet cannot be silenced. A secret list, 20 things that King Charles III is believed to have taken from Princess Diana. From reputation, public affection, to symbolic status, and then transferred them all to Camilla. What is unsettling is not the existence of that list. It is the fact that William knows it exists. Nearly 30 years have passed since Diana left this world, and the story seemed to have come to an end. But in truth, it was only covered by time. Camilla, once criticized, has become queen. A journey many call a victory, yet others believe it is a replacement built upon losses that cannot be measured. And William, the boy who once walked behind his mother's coffin, has now become the center of inherited power. So the question remains, what does all that silence truly mean? If you believe William is acting for justice for his mother, comment number 1. If you believe this is a strategy of power to protect the throne at all costs, comment number 2. Leave your choice below. If there is one thing that can tell the true story of the British royal family without words, it is jewelry. It is power encoded in light. It is history worn on the body. And in the story of Princess Diana, those pieces did not only reflect beauty, they reflected a tragedy taken piece by piece, quietly but deliberately. The public may be used to seeing Camilla appear at major events wearing magnificent jewels, but what unsettles observers is not the appearance, it is the origin. Because some of those pieces were once associated with Diana, once an inseparable part of the image of the woman who captured the hearts of the global public, and when those items passed to another person, especially someone who once stood on the opposite side of a fateful marriage with King Charles III, the story is no longer about fashion. It becomes a statement of power. One of the most controversial moments was when Camilla wore an emerald brooch, a design once considered a signature of Diana's style. That image did not just spread across headlines, it triggered a quiet but intense wave of reaction. Because for those who understand the symbolic system of the monarchy, this was not coincidence. It was a calculated act, a repositioning of image, a way of saying that history can be rewritten if those in power choose it. Protocol experts have called it a public humiliation, not because of the act of wearing jewelry itself, but because of its context. Diana did not only lose her position within the family, she lost control over her own narrative. And when her final symbols are used by someone else, that is when memory begins to be manipulated. According to unofficial estimates, the total value of the jewelry collection once belonging to Diana, but later redistributed within the royal family, could exceed £100 million. But that number is only the surface. What is truly shocking is how the transfer took place. No clear explanation to the public, no transparent process made known, everything handled in silence, under the name of tradition and inheritance, and that is exactly what William cannot accept. According to many close sources, William does not see those pieces as assets. He sees them as legacy, as fragments of memory left behind by his mother, and to him, the use of those memories, in a way that diminishes Diana's image, is no different from a systematic erasure. What is notable is that William never reacts publicly, no speech, no direct confrontation. Yet that very silence has led many to believe he is preparing for something greater, a long-term plan, a strategy built not on emotion, but on legitimate power. After taking over the Duchy of Cornwall, the largest financial and influence base for the heir to the throne, William is believed to have begun a comprehensive review not only of financial assets, but also symbolic ones. Among them, Diana's jewelry plays a key role. Lawyers, legal advisors, and royal asset experts have been mobilized not to create a public conflict, but to prepare for an irreversible shift. At the center of that plan is Catherine Middleton, the woman William believes can continue Diana's image in the most natural way, not by imitation, but by inheriting spirit. The transfer of these pieces to Catherine is not only a family matter, it is a political statement, a way to affirm that Diana's legacy will not be erased, it will be reasserted. In a new form, but with the same core value. Yet that creates an underlying tension, because if these plans become reality, it means part of Camilla's current image will be challenged, not directly, not loudly, but enough to reshape how the public perceives her role in royal history. Camilla's silence throughout this period only deepens the mystery. No response, no explanation, only continued appearances with unchanged confidence, but in a system where every detail is controlled, silence is also a strategy. It can be a sign of confidence, but it can also be a sign of a confrontation being delayed. What makes this story remarkable is not its material value, it is its symbolic meaning. Jewelry in the royal family does not belong only to the wearer. It belongs to the story that person represents, and when that story changes, the entire structure of memory is affected. A former royal aide once said that Diana understood very clearly the power of the jewelry she wore. She chose them not only for beauty, but for message, and that is why seeing those pieces in a completely different context is not just a change of ownership, it is a change of meaning. William understands that, and perhaps that is why he does not rush. He does not need to prove anything immediately, because in a long game, the winner is not the one who reacts fastest, but the one who controls the outcome. And as gemstones continue to reflect light at royal ceremonies, one question still lingers. Who truly owns them? The one who wears them, or the one whose memory remains tied to every detail? But as attention remains fixed on money and jewels, another truth begins to emerge. What was taken from Diana was not only material, something far more valuable was her honor. Something King Charles III used his power to strip from her while she was still alive. And that is the battle William has never truly begun, yet has certainly never forgotten. If jewelry is the symbol of soft power, then titles are power legalized by words. In the British royal family, a title is not just a form of address, It is a position within the system, the right to appear, to speak, to be recorded in history, and that is why losing a title is no different from being erased from a part of oneself. For Princess Diana, the moment she lost the title of HRH after her divorce from King Charles III was not merely a ceremonial change, it was a deep cut into her honor. A cold decision, made not in anger, but through clear political calculation. Heir, or Her Royal Highness, is not simply a title, it is a symbol of position within the royal family. An official recognition that the holder belongs to the center of power. When Diana was stripped of this title, she did not just lose a form of address, she lost the right to stand as an equal within the very family she once represented. And there was one person who witnessed it all, Prince William, only 14 years old at the time, stood watching his mother being pushed out of the circle of power by an administrative decision. According to many close sources, it was not a moment of emotional outburst. There was no public resistance, only a promise spoken very quietly, yet strong enough to shape an entire future. I will give the title back to my mother. A short sentence, but carrying the weight of an oath. Many years have passed, and that promise has never been mentioned again in public. But those who closely follow William's journey all recognize one thing: he has not forgotten, and more importantly, he has not let it go. The rise of Camilla from a controversial figure to queen is one of the most significant shifts in the British royal family in many decades. But what many fail to notice is that her title did not come only from love or public acceptance. It came from a sequence of carefully designed decisions, each step gradually legitimizing her position within the system, and that is exactly what makes Camilla's title a perfect target in a long-term strategy that William is believed to be building. According to experts in royal constitutional matters, a title can be changed by decree of the monarch. No referendum required. No parliamentary approval in every case. This creates a possibility that few had previously considered, that within 24 hours after Charles is no longer on the throne, the successor could sign a decree that completely alters Camilla's position within the structure of power, from queen down to queen dowager. A title that carries more ceremonial meaning than real authority. Associated more with the image of a widow than with the center of political power. 24 hours. A period short enough to avoid a power vacuum, yet long enough to send a clear message that the old order has ended, and a new order is beginning. If that were to happen, it would not simply be a change in title. It would be a direct strike at the image Camilla has built over many years. From a criticized figure, she gradually regained public acceptance, becoming an essential part of royal activities, but all of that could be redefined by a single symbolic decision. What makes this story tense is not the legal possibility, it is the motive. Is this the way William fulfills the promise he made at 14, or is it a strategic move to consolidate power, removing elements that could affect the image of a new reign? Some analysts argue that these two motives do not exclude each other. In the world of royalty, where personal emotion and political interest often intertwine, a decision can be both personal and strategic. And in William's case, adjusting Camilla's title could be both a way to close an old chapter and to open a new one with clearer rules. But there are also warnings that any change involving titles could trigger strong public reactions, because a title does not only affect the person who holds it, it affects how an entire nation perceives its history, and in an age where media can amplify every detail, a seemingly simple decision could become the center of a global debate. William understands that, and perhaps that is why he has never revealed any intention. No statement, no clear signal, only careful steps, calculated with precision, just as he has done with the issue of jewelry. But unlike jewelry, a title cannot be transferred quietly. It must be announced, it must be recorded, it must be accepted. And that is why, if that day comes, it cannot be ignored. What is notable is that, throughout this entire story, Diana remains at the center. Not because she is still present, but because what happened to her continues to influence present decisions. The loss of her HRH title is not just an event in the past, it is a precedent. A reminder that power can be used to elevate someone, and it can also be used to bring someone down, and if William truly chooses that path, he will not only be rewriting Camilla's story, he will be rewriting how the monarchy handles honor, power, and memory. But the biggest question still remains: can justice be carried out through power, or will power, when used in the name of justice, create a new cycle of different injustices? A title can be changed with a single stroke of a pen, but how do you restore a life that has been damaged by the media? The answer lies in how Prince William is controlling the royal information machine. In the British royal family, power does not only lie in the throne, but in the ability to control the narrative. Who gets to tell history? Who is forgotten? Who is protected? And who is turned into a shadow of themselves? For many years, King Charles III is believed to have operated a sophisticated media system where Camilla's image was rebuilt step by step, while Princess Diana's image was gradually reshaped in a direction that served the new order. This was not a loud campaign. There was no official statement declaring that Diana was being discredited, but when looking back at how royal-aligned media changed its tone over the years, a clear pattern begins to emerge. Diana, once a global symbol of compassion, was gradually portrayed as a fragile and vulnerable woman, and in many cases, associated with the image of emotional instability. Interviews, behind-the-scenes stories, analytical articles, all contributed to building a new narrative, where her tragedy was no longer seen as the result of royal pressure, but as a personal issue. In contrast, Camilla was elevated as a model of patience and stability, a woman who endured public judgment, yet ultimately stood firm and was recognized. This image did not emerge naturally. It was cultivated over many years, through media resources, strategic relationships with the press, and a system of information control understood only by those inside it. But what the public does not see is the rest of the story, the part that has never been revealed, the part that remains silent within national archives. More than 5,000 classified documents related to Diana, sealed for many years, containing details that could completely change how history views her. Personal letters, internal reports, records of private meetings, psychological assessments conducted under intense pressure, all of it forms a far more complex picture than what the public has ever known. And now, Prince William is believed to be facing a decision that could shake that entire system. To make those documents public, not as an act of revenge, but as a strategic move to restore the truth. According to close sources, William does not intend to release everything at once. He understands that in the age of information, how a story is told is just as important as its content. Instead, he is believed to be building a phased release strategy, each part placed within a specific context, explained, analyzed, and supported by accompanying media projects. And that is where a new battlefield begins. No longer titles, no longer jewelry, but truth. William understands that raw data alone is not enough to change perception. Documents, no matter how valuable, must be transformed into stories that the public can understand and feel. That is why he is believed to have directly overseen documentary projects about Diana, where her voice is presented not through the lens of old media, but through what she herself left behind. These projects are not simply documentaries, they are instruments, a way for William to redefine his mother's image on a global scale, and more importantly, a way to question what the public once believed to be true. If the archive documents are released, and if they are connected with the narratives told through these films, an entirely new picture could emerge. A Diana who is not the weak woman some narratives have portrayed, but a woman placed inside a system that did not allow her to be herself. A woman who fought in her own way, and ultimately paid the price with her own honor. This places Camilla in a sensitive position, not because she is directly tied to every detail within those documents, but because her image has been built alongside the weakening of Diana's image. If part of that story is reversed, the entire structure supporting Camilla's current image could begin to shift. Her silence in this context has become more striking than ever. There is no reaction, no clear strategic adjustment. But in a system where every move is calculated, silence can be a sign of waiting, or a sign of helplessness in the face of a process that no one can fully control. Because once the truth begins to be revealed, it cannot be taken back, it cannot be edited, it cannot be pushed back into the shadows. And in an age where the public grows increasingly skeptical of official narratives, the truth, no matter how complex, still carries its own power. William does not need to attack. He only needs to open the door. The rest, the truth will do its work. But a larger question still remains. Will making these documents public truly bring justice, or will it trigger a chain reaction that cannot be controlled, where past and present collide directly? In a system built on stability and control, any shift in narrative can create shockwaves, and if those shockwaves are strong enough, they can change not only how the public sees Diana, but how it sees the entire British royal family. When the truth is exposed, the sandcastle that Camilla has carefully built will collapse. And at that moment, she may realize there is nowhere left to go, not even within the palaces she calls home. Ladies and gentlemen, if the previous parts were the story of what was taken, then what follows is the story of what is being reclaimed, not through direct confrontation, not through loud declarations, but through a far more enduring form of power, the power of memory, the power of legacy, and above all, the power of continuity. After everything, what Prince William understands better than anyone is a simple yet ruthless truth. You can control the media, you can change titles, you can even redistribute assets, but you cannot erase a symbol that has taken root in the hearts of millions. And Princess Diana is that symbol. That is why William's strategy does not stop at reclaiming what belongs to his mother. He is doing something deeper. He is rebuilding Diana's space of influence within the heart of the modern monarchy, and at the center of that strategy is Kensington Palace. For many years, Kensington has not only been a residence, it is a living memory, a place where Diana once walked, once smiled, once suffered, and now, under the presence of William and Catherine Middleton, it is gradually being transformed into a stronghold marked by her legacy, not through portraits on the walls, but through the way of living, the way of appearing, the way of connecting with the public. Those who observe closely will notice something, from the way Catherine chooses her clothing, to the way she interacts with children, to the way she balances duty and personal life. All of it echoes Diana. But what matters is that this is not imitation. It is selective inheritance, a modern version of the spirit Diana once represented, and that creates a form of retribution without words, no criticism, no confrontation, only existence. And radiance, at the same time, is the way William is raising his 3 children. Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis are not growing up in a closed royal environment like previous generations. They are exposed to the outside world. They are taught to understand others. They are taught that titles matter less than character. This is Diana's greatest legacy, and William is ensuring that it is not interrupted. But while one legacy is being rebuilt, another structure is facing the risk of contraction. The plan to streamline the monarchy, a concept mentioned frequently in recent years, is not only about finances, it is a redefinition of who is truly necessary within the system, and if that plan is implemented fully, the possibility of 0% begins to emerge as something worth considering. 0% chance for Camilla to retain residential privileges in the principal estates. This is not an announced scenario, but among observers, it is not impossible, because in a system moving toward efficiency and clarity, elements that no longer fit may be removed. Not for personal reasons, but for strategy. If that happens, it will mark a major turning point, not only for Camilla, but for the entire way the monarchy operates, from a structure based on tradition and relationships to one based on function and image. And at the center of that transformation, William is not only the one who executes, he is the one who designs. What makes this story remarkable is not specific decisions, it is the way everything connects. Jewelry, titles, media, family, all are parts of a larger picture. A picture in which Diana is no longer a victim, she becomes the center of a rebirth, and that rebirth is not happening in the past. It is happening right now. Through every action of William, through every appearance of Catherine, through the way Diana's bloodline is being raised with a different set of values, this is the point many have overlooked. They search for revenge. They wait for a direct strike, but William does not play that game. He is playing a longer one. A game where the outcome is not decided in a single day, but across an entire generation, and in that game, the winner is not the one who holds the greatest power in the present. It is the one who shapes the future. Camilla may have secured her position. She may have become queen, but the real question is not where she stands today. It is where she will stand in the story that is told later, and that story, increasingly, is being written by William. Meanwhile, Diana's image, instead of fading with time, is becoming clearer than ever, not because she has returned, but because the values she represented are being revived in a new form, one that is more aligned with the present age. That is why many people believe that, in some way, Diana never truly left. She only changed the way she exists, from a person into a legacy, from a memory into a system of values, and within that system of values, power is no longer measured by titles or assets. It is measured by influence, by the ability to reach people, by the way a story can continue to live across generations. William understands that, and he is using it to its fullest extent, not to destroy, but to reshape, not to take revenge, but to ensure that what happened will never be forgotten. And that is what makes this story so powerful. Because while some try to control the present, William is controlling the future. When looking at the entire picture, one thing becomes clear: Diana may have lost many things while she was alive, but in death, she became something that no one can take away. A symbole, une inspiration, a standard that every generation after must face. And, in this long conflict, where there are no gunshots, no official declarations, yet filled with silent movements, victory does not belong to the one holding temporary power, it belongs to the one who leaves a lasting mark. Diana achieved that, and now, through William, through Catherine, and through a new generation growing up, she continues to win, not from the throne, but from the place where real power exists, in the memory of people. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 decades have passed. Yet this story has never truly ended. From the pieces of jewelry that were redistributed, to the titles that were stripped away, to the quiet media campaigns that reshaped public perception, all of it forms a chain of events that, when viewed separately, may seem like decisions of the moment, but when put together, they become a complete picture. 20 things were taken from Princess Diana, from the symbolic sapphire ring to the position of queen that she never had the chance to reach, and now, each piece of that picture is gradually being placed back into its rightful position, not directly, not loudly, but with certainty. At the center of that process is Prince William, no longer the boy who once walked behind his mother's coffin with a confused gaze. He is now the man holding the future of the British royal family, And more importantly, the one who carries a memory that has never faded. What he is doing is not revenge in the traditional sense. It is a process of rebalancing, a way to return what was distorted back to its most truthful state. Meanwhile, King Charles III may have chosen his own path, a choice that was personal, yet left consequences that stretch across generations. And Camilla, who rose to the highest position beside the king, may have achieved what she wanted in the present, but like all stories of power, the question is not only about the present, it is about how history will remember it. Because history is not only written by those who win in the moment, it is shaped by those who control the story over time, and in this case, all signs suggest that the story is gradually leaning toward Diana, not because she has returned, but because the values she represented are being continued, protected, and re-expressed in a new form that fits the modern age. Charles may have chosen Camilla for the present, but Diana has won in the future. This is no longer an emotional statement. It is becoming a conclusion with foundation, because when the crown is placed on William's head, it will not only mark the beginning of a new reign, it will be the final chapter of a plan that has lasted 30 years, a plan never announced, never confirmed, yet felt through every step, every decision, every small change with great meaning. And when that day comes, perhaps the most important thing will not be who won and who lost. It will be that the truth has finally been given a chance to be heard. History does not forget, and neither does Prince William. Thank you for following this journey in search of the truth. If you want to continue exploring the untold sides of the British royal family, we do not forget to subscribe so you do not miss what comes next. Goodbye, and see you in the next stories. At 2:17 a.m., in the closed meeting room of Buckingham Palace, a statement rang out that left all advisers present nearly speechless. The king, his face hollowed by illness and eyes exhausted, was said to have spoken 4 words no one had ever dared to imagine at this moment. "I want a divorce." A cold, decisive statement, full of contradiction. With the long journey he had fought to legitimize his love for Camilla, what had driven King Charles? At 76, in the most fragile stage of his health, to want to end a marriage he once considered destiny? And more importantly, how was this decision connected to secrets buried for years within the palace's ancient walls? Was this the final collapse of Charles' reign? Or a moment of vindication for Diana after years of suffering? Because just before that fateful night, the king had received a shocking intelligence report. The report revealed that Camilla had secretly contacted biographers and media directors to rewrite history, distort the image of the late Princess Diana and Prince William, while portraying herself as a central figure in the royal family. Meanwhile, the palace was in unprecedented chaos. Staff quietly boycotted. The media shifted. The public enraged. Everything created the sense of an investigation peeling back layer after layer of hidden truth. To understand why everything exploded at this moment, we must trace back the hidden sequence of events known only to the most powerful people in the palace. In the early hours, the atmosphere in Buckingham Palace was so heavy that even long-serving staff felt the unusual tension in every breath. The long corridors were dimly lit by a few pale yellow wall lamps, creating deep shadows that seemed to swallow every sound. The great clock struck 2:17, its chime cutting through the silence like a blade. The meeting room door on the west side of the palace opened slightly, revealing King Charles with a hollowed face and eyes deep, as if he had not slept for days. Those present in the dark room all understood that something very serious was about to happen. Charles sat at the head of the table. His movements were slow and heavy, as if he had to gather all his strength for each gesture. On the table lay a thick black-bound dossier, neatly arranged in stark contrast to the chaos brewing in the palace. 3 senior advisers sat opposite the king. Face tense, hands clasped under the table to hide their restlessness. No one dared breathe heavily. They waited. They had some idea, but they could not have imagined how cruel what they were about to hear would be. Charles inhaled deeply, then spoke in a hoarse, cold voice. Like the wind whistling through an old window, she crossed the line. This cannot continue. The 4 advisers exchanged stunned looks. They knew these words would shake the very foundations of the monarchy. One of them tried to remain calm, speaking softly. "Your Majesty, could you clarify further?" Charles did not answer immediately. He opened the dossier, and as the first pages were laid on the table, the room sank into another layer of silence. The intelligence report, sent to the palace less than 6 hours earlier, documented a series of secret contacts between Camilla and controversial biographers over the past years. According to the report, Camilla had not only tried to portray herself as a devoted and misunderstood woman, but had deliberately manipulated historical narratives to defame the late Princess Diana. Some sections even indicated that she had directly provided false information to diminish Prince William's credibility. While elevating her own role in the transfer of power, one advisor could not contain himself. Eyes wide. "Your Majesty, this goes far beyond what we ever suspected." Charles closed his eyes, hands trembling slightly. "I gave her too many chances," he said, voice choked. "But this is betrayal, not just against me, but against Diana, against William, against the image of the monarchy. I cannot allow this to continue." Another wave of silence swept over the room. Everyone understood the true meaning of that statement. A divorce at this moment would not just be a family matter, it would be a political bomb, a media earthquake, and a major question mark over the future of the throne. One cautious advisor spoke up. "Your Majesty, we need to consider the stability of the monarchy. If this becomes public, pressure from the public and Parliament could trigger a succession crisis." Charles opened his eyes, looking straight at them. "If I close my eyes to the truth for the sake of the throne, what value does that throne hold? I have lived long enough to know the limits of a human being, and I have reached mine." Those words made 2 advisers bow their heads. The third, the closest to Charles, silently observed and realized clearly. It was not anger that possessed him now, but exhaustion to the point of despair. Cancer was gradually weakening his body. Secret treatments, long days of fatigue, sleepless nights, all had left him without the strength to continue a marriage that had long rotted. "Your Majesty." The close advisor spoke very softly. "Are you sure this is the decision you want to make in your current fragile health? She, after all, is still the Queen. Public opinion will be in turmoil." Charles folded his arms, eyes slowly rising to the ceiling, as if listening to some distant sound. "When I fought to legitimize this love, I thought it was the right thing. But love only exists with respect, and this is betrayal. Camilla has gone too far. She has not only harmed me, she has sullied Diana's memory. That I will never forgive." No one dared interrupt. The entire room waited for the king to speak further. But Charles just sat there, motionless, looking like a shadow, trying to hold on to his last remaining strength. He raised a hand to rub his chest. Where the pain was appearing more frequently, "I do not have much time left to correct my mistakes, and I do not want to die in a false marriage." Another advisor boldly asked, "Your Majesty, so what is your plan?" Charles placed the dossier back on the table, then spoke without hesitation. "I want to prepare divorce proceedings secretly, in the early stage, and you must be ready for the media crisis. They will ask, they will dig, but we must hold our ground." As he spoke, it was clearly visible that his left hand trembled slightly, not out of anger, But because his body was exhausted, one advisor stood up, about to run for a doctor. But Charles raised his hand to stop him. "I am fine. I am just tired." His voice was so soft, it sounded like his breath slipping away. What made the meeting heavier was a truth everyone knew but dared not voice. Charles was not only facing a marriage about to collapse, he was facing the greatest fear of his life. The fear of a king who knew his time was running short. One advisor slowly asked, "Do you want us to contact Prince William? Your Majesty? Do you think you should inform him first?" Charles nodded very lightly. "William needs to know the whole truth. And it will affect him more than it affects me." The meeting ended after nearly an hour. When the advisors stood, they realized something had permanently changed. Not just the divorce decision. It was the first time they had seen a king admit his own helplessness. Not helplessness in power, but helplessness in life. When the meeting room door closed behind them, Charles remained alone. The yellow light fell on his aged face. Revealing the wrinkles of disappointment and the marks of regret, he whispered softly, more to himself than anyone else, "I tried, but everything has gone too far." And in that moment, within the vast palace, there remained only an old man, carrying the pain of a love exhausted, a betrayal unforgivable, and the burden of a throne shaking. Divorce was no longer an option. It had become inevitable. Only the timing of its announcement to the world remained. But that meeting was only the surface. In the darkness of the palace, a silent uprising had begun. No one announced it. No one organized it. No flags were raised. Yet from the red-carpeted corridors to the discreet service rooms behind the scenes, there was a subtle shift, so intense that even the closest observers had to startle at realizing everything had slipped out of control. And the scariest part was that it did not happen loudly. It happened coldly, deliberately, as if everything was waiting for the exact moment to erupt. The uprising began with seemingly small things. A cup of tea delivered 10 minutes late, an order ignored, a midnight call unanswered. Those who had served 3 generations of the royal family seemed to have collectively decided they would no longer bow to Camilla. They did not speak it aloud. No one dared. But their eyes exchanged messages as they passed her room, betraying everything. It was discomfort, fatigue, a sense of long-accumulated resentment that could not be released. And once that resentment found a chance to erupt, it spread like an underground fire beneath glowing embers. A long-serving butler whispered in a corner of the kitchen. The usual gathering point for palace secrets, the butler, known for his strictness and rarely complaining, for the first time uttered a phrase that was almost a confession. "We have served 3 generations of the royal family, but never have we had to serve someone like her." Those words immediately spread among the service staff. Like a spark lighting dry wood, it created a shared mindset where everyone felt they were no longer alone in this silent resistance. They began to watch Camilla with different eyes, no longer reluctantly respectful, but with vigilant challenge. Meanwhile, outside the palace, another wave was rising stronger than ever. It was the wave of support for Diana, the woman who had left this world nearly 3 decades ago, but still lived forever in the hearts of the British people. The media began digging up Diana's iconic words. "There were 3 of us in this marriage." That phrase appeared repeatedly across newspapers, in commentary programs, even on social media forums. And strangely, the more people repeated it, the more public opinion tended to place Camilla back in the role of the third party, a character who intruded into the royal marriage, hurt Diana, and now continued to sow division within the palace. The contrast between Camilla's current image and the memory of Diana made the social atmosphere heavy. Although everyone knew Princess Diana had once been a victim of a failed marriage, now the story seemed to be retold from a new perspective. Camilla was cast as the villain, while Diana became a symbol of purity and endurance. A series of analytical articles, investigative reports, videos, and documents were published to assert that it seemed the public had too easily forgiven Camilla over the years. Now, with palace internal upheavals leaked to the outside, that forgiveness was being gradually withdrawn. Even within the halls of Buckingham Palace, Diana's image began to reappear. At first, it was only an old photo displayed in the internal library storage, later followed by images placed back in positions where they had once been. This was not at Charles' request, nor was it Camilla's desire. It was the decision of the royal household staff, as a way of sending a subtle message to the superiors. Those photos became evidence that the public and palace staff had never forgotten the woman who had once shaken the entire monarchy. Amid this chaos, Prince William chose silence. He made no comments, even as the media repeatedly questioned him, but his silence did not mean neutrality. On the contrary, that very silence carried a weight that could not be ignored. His decisions, from prioritizing charity work associated with his mother's legacy to avoiding appearances with Camilla at major events, were a silent declaration of his stance. Longtime royal watchers understood that when William was silent, it was when he expressed his strongest position. Many palace staff reported that they had never seen William behave so clearly. Although he did not speak, his eyes, whenever his mother was mentioned, contained an old pain that had never vanished. And as rumors spread about Camilla allegedly working with biographers to adjust Diana's story, William became colder than ever. He avoided direct contact with Camilla, limited joint appearances, and even avoided appearing in family photos. This only reinforced the media's belief that the royal household was in serious turmoil. Inside the palace, the staff not only boycotted Camilla but also began to openly show support for Diana. A gardener recounted that he had voluntarily restored the small garden where Diana had spent so much time. He did it without any request from his superiors, seeing it as a way to pay tribute to the woman who, in his view, had been the only one to truly care about the lives of palace workers. When that garden bloomed again, others quietly brought white roses to place there, turning it into a small but powerful symbol. While all of this was happening, Camilla began to feel her position shaking. She demanded that staff record all daily activities and insisted they appear on time for every task. Yet instead of consolidating her power, these rigid orders only intensified the resistance. One night, she called a servant to fix the heater in her room, but no one responded. The next morning, the explanation given to her was that the schedule had been mixed up, although everyone knew it was not true. This coldness seeped into every corner of the palace, to the extent that some advisers feared that if Charles truly decided to divorce Camilla, the matter would not only shake the monarchy and the media, but also create a serious personnel crisis. No one was certain what would happen if Camilla lost all her power, while opposition toward her had already reached its peak. But the most important point was that everyone sensed this was not merely an uprising against Camilla, it was also the return of Diana's name, like an old wind rising from the deepest corners of the British monarchy, and somehow, amidst the mounting tension between the staff's anger and William's weighty silence, people began to believe that the truths that had been hidden about Diana's life and death were gradually being brought to light, not through an official investigation, but through attitudes, memories, and resentment accumulated over 3 decades. The silent uprising in the palace was not just aimed at Camilla, it was like a declaration that every injustice Diana had suffered was being balanced. Every act of staff boycott, every media article mentioning the famous words about the 3-person marriage, every image of Diana restored on the walls, all contributed to the sense that, finally, the truth was finding its own voice, and as these secrets were about to emerge, no one knew what would happen next. But everyone understood that once this wave had started, It would not stop until everything hidden inside the palace for so many years was exposed. While public opinion sided with Diana, the royal lawyers began preparing for a fierce legal battle. The atmosphere inside Clarence House was like a war room. It was called the War Room of the Royal Legal Advisory Team. A room with walls covered in top-secret documents, thick files stacked on tables, and a silence so tense that the rustling of paper by each advisor could be heard. Everyone understood that the moment King Charles announced his intent to divorce Camilla, they were officially drawn into a battle that could shake the monarchy's image. The chief legal advisor opened the meeting with a brief statement that made everyone fully grasp the gravity of the task ahead. He said this was no longer an ordinary divorce. It was a matter of survival for the stability of the monarchy and the honor of those who would inherit the throne. Immediately after the opening remark, the list of measures to strip Camilla of her privileges was presented. The first file clearly stated that Camilla would lose all access to the royal funds. This meant she would no longer be able to use any financial resources from Buckingham Palace, have no staff budget, no media team budget, and could not operate any personal activities under the royal name. The second file recorded the revocation of all travel privileges. After the divorce, Camilla would no longer have access to the royal plane or the special vehicles designated for senior members. Official trips, ceremonies, and international events she had once proudly attended were all marked as cancelled. She would only retain an honorary title without any real power or accompanying benefits. This was how the monarchy minimized the risks Camilla could pose if she continued to appear as a figure of authority. The third file placed on the table was even colder. It required Camilla to leave all royal residences after the divorce and live at Mill House, the private home she owned before marrying Charles. This decision carried immense symbolic weight. It sent a message to the world that Camilla was removed from the center of power. She would no longer be allowed at places like Clarence House, Highgrove, or Sandringham, all spaces associated with royal authority. Forcing Camilla back to Mill House also signified the complete end of her role in the family, but the harshest clause, and the one that required the longest discussion among advisors, was the massive financial penalty if Camilla revealed royal secrets. This was not merely a legal clause, but also a shield protecting the honor of those preparing to assume ultimate power. The strongest demand for this clause came from Prince William. Those present in the war room recounted that William had issued clear instructions. He wanted a clause strong enough to prevent Camilla from writing memoirs, giving interviews, or cooperating with any journalist to create a story favorable to her, especially any content that could affect his mother. William's determination forced the war room to adjust the penalty to an almost unimaginable amount, enough to make anyone hesitate before considering revealing secrets. When these clauses were finalized and sent to Camilla's representatives, her mood instantly fell into chaos. She was described as having thrown the files onto the floor in anger, but after the initial rage, a sense of panic took over. She realized this was a decisive counterattack. Everything she had built over the years behind Charles was crumbling. Her greatest fear was the gag clause, because it meant she could not tell the story she always believed she deserved to tell. A close confidant described Camilla as having sleepless nights. She paced the room like someone cornered. On one hand, she was furious, feeling betrayed. On the other, she understood that she no longer had any truly solid support, because as Charles weakened due to illness, real power in the palace gradually shifted to William and Kate, people Camilla had never been close to. While Camilla fell into a state of crisis, the royal war room did not slow down at all. On the contrary, they continued analyzing public reactions and sought to ensure that this decision would not damage the heir's image. The monarchy understood that if Camilla retaliated through the media, William would be the first to suffer. Camilla's distorted writings aimed to rewrite Diana's image, and that would directly affect William's standing in the public eye. Thus, the entire legal strategy this time had a much larger goal: to protect William and Kate's image before the power transition. With Kate facing health issues, the monarchy could not allow any scandal to shake the image of this young family. Camilla became the greatest threat because she possessed too much confidential information and had secretly collaborated with multiple media groups. Looking at all the measures being prepared, it was clear that the monarchy was acting more decisively than ever. They not only wanted to sever the relationship between Charles and Camilla, but also wanted to establish a legal barrier high enough to block any possibility of her returning to disrupt public opinion. For them, this was a battle they could not afford to lose. Behind those cold clauses lay the future of the throne. William and Kate needed absolute protection, and to achieve that, they had to ensure that shadows from the past would never again haunt the family. But amid the tense daily divorce battle, the king's health became the greatest variable. Everything started with a seemingly harmless recording that shook the entire palace. In the recording, Charles' voice was no longer clear as before, but hoarse and fragmented, as if every word cost him enormous effort. His doctors, who had always maintained optimism to avoid panic, had to admit that the king's condition was worsening significantly. Treatments originally scheduled regularly now had to be increased to manage symptoms beyond expectations. The fatigue evident in his eyes and slow steps made it clear to any close observer that time was no longer on the king's side. Within the royal family, many confidential discussions took place that did not leak out, or at least they believed so. Those present in the meetings admitted that Charles could hardly continue fully performing the duties of a head of state. The number of cancelled events in recent months had risen abnormally, and what worried everyone most was that he barely had the strength to engage with the public. Trips that had once been his pride were now removed from the schedule. It became increasingly evident that the king was gradually being worn down under the scrutiny of the world. As his health became serious, one question immediately arose: could Charles continue to reign? Or was it time to consider the option the monarchy had always avoided? In unnamed meeting rooms within the palace, tense discussions reached unprecedented levels about the possibility of his abdication in 2026. Many documents were prepared for unexpected situations, and some advisors even simulated scenarios if the king had to step down earlier than planned. No one dared to speak aloud. But everyone knew this decision would create an unprecedented shock in the modern history of the British monarchy. In this context, William had almost no choice but to step up and assume most of the actual power. Important meetings that were once chaired by his father were quietly but surely transferred to him. People became accustomed to seeing William represent the monarchy at critical events. While Charles gradually disappeared from official frames, remarkably, William did not merely appear as a temporary representative, but also became the face the public trusted during this period of instability. He was expected to restore the stability the monarchy was gradually losing day by day. At the same time, Kate became another crucial pillar on which the palace relied. Her image was carefully cultivated to serve as a spiritual anchor for the public. As Charles' illness worsened and the royal marriage entered a turbulent phase, Kate appeared as a symbol of calm, grazie, and steadiness. She maintained the connection between the monarchy and the public by presenting herself with composure before the cameras, even while battling her own health challenges. For the palace, Kate was not just the heir's wife, but also a shield protecting the image of the next generation from being shaken. Every move by palace advisors during this period reflected extreme caution. They understood that any misinformation or misstep could spark doubts about the current dynasty's leadership. Therefore, they focused intensely on shaping public opinion, protecting William and Kate's image, and minimizing attention to Charles' health condition. It was suspected that even the official announcements released were only the tip of the iceberg. As the palace always had a tradition of protecting the truth at all costs, especially in such fragile moments, Gradually, the story was no longer just about the health of a king, but became the largest transfer of power in half a century since Queen Elizabeth II ascended the throne. International observers began analyzing every small movement of the royal family, from William's more frequent appearances to the strategic steps of the advisors. The future of the British monarchy was shifting quietly but powerfully, as if the entire dynasty was sliding into a new chapter. Even though no one had officially acknowledged it, and whether the abdication plan would be announced in 2026 or not, the clearest fact at this moment was that Charles' position was shakier than ever. While the next generation was prepared to step into a historic moment, then, like pouring oil on fire, a new scandal emerged, leaving Camilla with no way to turn back. The story began when Princess Anne, known for her strictness and sense of responsibility for the family's legacy, received leaked information that some of the late Queen Elizabeth II's valuable jewelry seemed to have disappeared from the royal archives. These jewels were not only materially valuable but also carried memories, symbols of power, and history of the British dynasty. Their absence from the archives was unacceptable to any royal member, especially Anne, who always placed the monarchy's legacy and honor above all. Upon receiving the news, Anne could not let it pass normally. She understood that this was not merely a typical theft, but could pose a serious threat to the family's image and reputation. Therefore, a secret, covert investigation was launched immediately. No announcements were made outside. Only a small group of people trusted by Anne participated in this mission. Every step had to be discreet, as a single mistake could allow the news to spread and create chaos in the palace. Anne decided to go directly to Ray Mill House, where Camilla lived. To inspect, she moved through the darkness of London night, feeling a heavy weight as if the entire city were awaiting the outcome of the investigation. Upon entering the house, Anne noticed every small detail: the room layouts, unusual signs, areas a normal person would overlook. The assistants following her were silently anxious, but no one dared speak. They all knew the royal family's reputation rested in their hands. After hours of inspection, Anne discovered a secret vault in Ray Mill House. The vault was carefully concealed, the walls and floor perfectly hidden. But with her experience and sharp eye, she quickly noticed something unusual. When opening the vault, the light revealed royal treasures glittering under the lamp, stored illegally and not following any palace rules. A blatant betrayal that Anne had never imagined Camilla capable of. This discovery immediately caused a shock within the palace. Camilla, once seen as an inseparable part of Charles' living history, was now considered to have crossed all boundaries. Her actions were not merely personal mistakes, but a direct betrayal of Queen Elizabeth II's legacy, who had spent her life maintaining authority and order within the monarchy. The silence of those present at Ray Mill House witnessing the scene testified to the gravity of the situation. As news of the discovered treasures reached Charles, his reaction unfolded in three distinct stages. First, deep disappointment. Charles stood silently in the room, looking at the images and documents Anne provided, unable to believe that a life partner who had stood by him could commit such an act. Over time, he fell into prolonged silence, speaking no word, letting anger and disappointment seep into every cell. Finally, when the advisors presented options, Charles had to make the final decision that would determine Camilla's future in the monarchy. The silence and tension made everyone in the room feel the seriousness the king faced. When informed, William could not hide his outrage. In a private meeting with the advisors, he coldly stated words everyone remembered. "This cannot be forgiven." Short but heavy words, like a sentence of judgment, reflected William's determination to protect his mother's image and legacy, while warning that any leniency toward Camilla would not be tolerated. This statement also sent a strong message to other royals and palace staff that Camilla's wrongdoing had crossed the line. The scene at Mill House left a strong impression. Anne stood before the treasures, her hand trembling slightly as she examined each piece of jewelry, each carefully arranged but illegally held gemstone. Her assistants, though trying to appear calm, could not hide their anxious eyes. Understanding that this would open a new chapter in the royal drama that few could have foreseen, every piece of jewelry found was not just material but a symbol of power, and Camilla holding them illegally threatened the monarchy's authority. This put Camilla in an extremely dangerous position. She had no way to turn back or justify herself to the public or royal members. The incident affected not only her reputation but also her position in the palace. Charles and William recognized that Camilla's actions had crossed all boundaries, and the previous legal penalties and divorce clauses would have to be enforced more strictly than ever. In the following days, continuous private meetings were held to discuss handling measures, including revoking ownership, restricting travel, and additional legal steps to protect the Queen's legacy. Anne, Charles, and William coordinated closely, ensuring every move was precise with no room for error. The palace atmosphere became more tense than ever. Every action was carefully considered to both punish Camilla and protect the royal image before the public. This jewelry theft scandal was not just an isolated event but a major turning point in the royal story. It transformed Camilla from a controversial figure into a symbol of betrayal against legacy and tradition. Simultaneously, it strengthened the image of Anne and William as guardians of the family's integrity and authority. This story, with all its confidential details, hidden treasures, and serious dialogues, would be remembered as one of the most shocking dramas in the history of the British monarchy. And in that very moment, every path led to an unavoidable outcome. The tense days within the palace seemed to converge, as if every secret, every plot, and every hurt were waiting to erupt all at once. The divorce of King Charles and Camilla, once unthinkable, now became a reality visible to all. This decision was not only the result of long-standing personal disagreements, but also the inevitable response to clandestine actions, schemes to rewrite history, and the defamation of the late Princess Diana and Prince William. The palace was shaken, advisors were stunned, and the media, along with the public, were swept into an unprecedented storm of drama. In the palace's shadows, a silent rebellion among the staff continued. Acts of boycotting Camilla, slow service, and ignoring orders were not merely simple defiance, but an indirect voice defending Diana's value and image. The public, media, and even royal members, loyal to the Queen's legacy, watched closely. Restoring Diana's image formally within the palace and vindicating her after years of suffering, legal and financial penalties against Camilla were enforced decisively, stripping privileges, limiting special rights, and establishing strict clauses to protect the monarchy's reputation. Meanwhile, King Charles' health became the largest variable. His cancer was gradually draining his strength, prompting urgent secret meetings about abdication, while William and Kate steadily assumed practical power, becoming the stabilizing pillars of the royal family. The jewelry theft scandal discovered by Princess Anne left Camilla in an irredeemable position. Her actions were seen as a betrayal of the Queen's legacy, forcing both Charles and William to face a final decision with no room for leniency. So what does the future hold? Will King Charles manage to abdicate before his health deteriorates completely? Will William rectify the mistakes of the previous generation? And will the shadow of Diana serve as the monarchy's final warning? Power always comes with truth, and the truth always finds a way to surface, unable to be hidden forever. And perhaps, after all the secrets have been exposed, what remains is not the collapse of a marriage, but a reminder that justice always has its own voice. The sound of an envelope being torn open rang out sharp and cold, slicing through the thick, suffocating air as if the entire room had just stopped breathing. A heavy manila envelope lay there, containing 15 pages of strictly sealed documents. There was no dramatic headline, no visible sign of panic, only silence. And yet it was that very silence that made everyone present understand that what lay inside was not merely a report, it was a bomb. Page 7. Just a single line. Not long, not complex, but powerful enough to erase 40 years of a life destined to inherit the British throne, a sentence capable of shaking one of the oldest power structures in the world, not the biological son of King Charles. There was no shouting, no immediate reaction, only exchanged glances in silence, and a fear spreading faster than any rumor, because everyone understood that if this were true, it would not affect just one individual. The entire Windsor dynasty would face the risk of collapsing from within. Outside, London continued to move as if nothing had happened. But behind the ancient stone walls of the palace, an unprecedented crisis was quietly taking shape. No press release, no denial, no official move. And within the royal family, silence has always been the clearest sign that the truth is becoming dangerous. This document was not an anonymous rumor circulating online. It carried all the marks of an internal investigative file. There were signatures, there were confirmations, there were details that only those at the center of power could access, and what made it terrifying was not only its content, but the question it raised. If an entire life had been built on a foundation of deception, then what was the truth? And now, before we step into each line of that fateful report, place yourself in the position of the person at its center. If you discovered that your entire life was a carefully constructed lie, what would you choose? Press 1 if you would remain silent to protect your family. Or press 2 if you would reveal everything regardless of the consequences. Leave your choice before we begin to uncover the truth behind it. Monday morning at Kensington began like any other. The London sky was heavy and grey, weak light slipping through thick curtains, casting an unnameable weight over the room. But there was one unusual detail. A request was made in silence, not through a secretary, not through the usual administrative process. The heir to the throne himself, a man who had lived his entire life under public scrutiny, directly requested a re-examination of genetic markers in his medical records. It was not an impulsive decision. Those who closely follow royal history know that genetic testing is nothing unfamiliar. For a symbolic family like the Windsors, health is not merely personal. It is tied to the stability of the entire institution. But this time, something was different. There was no medical campaign, no media preparation, only a quiet request. Almost completely confidential. Internal sources revealed that the initial reason given was entirely reasonable. Certain anomalies in the family medical history needed to be verified using more advanced technology, a procedure that appeared purely precautionary. But what no one expected was that this seemingly harmless request would open the door to one of the greatest nightmares in British royal history. The report arrived not long after, 15 pages, compiled from 2 independent international databases, a detail that underscored